What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are actually going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down, take a bunch of videos that tell one overarching storyline and combine them together into one singular video. Now, with that being said, today's full story video is going to be about the Squadron Supreme from the early 2000s. And the reason why I said the early 2000s is because over the years in Marvel Comics, Marvel has given us different versions of the Squadron Supreme. Now, something else to mention is that when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, they are technically characters that represent DC characters in Marvel Comics. So, for example, Hyperion is Superman, Nighthawk is Batman, Blur is Flash, and the list goes on and on and on. But in the early 2000s, Marvel brought in a writer known as JMS to give us a new version of the Squadron Supreme, but to also give us their origins as well. And so he released Supreme Power. And Supreme Power was a way for us to explore the origins of the new version of characters we have seen in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But now, because it's the 2000s, we need a newer version. And so he was able to give us the origins of these characters, but to also give us a way to see these characters come together to form the Squadron Supreme. And so here is today's full story video, a way for you to explore the origin of Hyperion, Nighthawk, Blur, Zarda, Dr. Spectrum, and many more. I do hope you enjoy. Now, when we actually dive into Supreme Power #1, we actually do pick up with the origin of Hyperion. Now, at first, it does seem like his origin is basically the origin of Superman, and because he does represent Superman in Marvel Comics. But here's the thing though. Because Marvel wants to make sure that this is not a Superman write-off or a copycat, they kind of have to tell his origin a tad bit different from Superman. And so right now, even though you have the idea that his origin is basically kind of like Superman, where you have Hyperion right now flying through space, he crashed on Earth, he crashes in a farm area, he's found by some random couple, they're happy, well really the mom is happy, the dad's kind of like, this is weird, a random spaceship just fell out of the sky and there's a baby inside of it, red flags everywhere. But of course the mom is happy, of course they take the child in, and you would think that means, okay, they're going to raise him like the Kents did when it came to Clark Kent. But of course, that right there is not actually going to happen, because this is where things are getting to change. Because of course, even though the couple found a spaceship, they found the baby, they took him in back to their house, of course, they are confronted by the government, because this was a spaceship that flew into Earth, basically crashed on Earth on America's soil. And so, of course, America is kind of like, we have basically watched the entire thing fall out of the sky, and of course we came for it, and of course we know it's that baby right there. So y'all have two choices. Give us the baby or basically die. And of course they gave him the baby, and of course the baby is Hyperion. Now, of course, you do have the American government basically say like, okay, we have this baby. He was in a spaceship. It crashed on Earth. And of course, we have no idea where in the world he came from and all the different powers that he could basically have. And of course, we don't know if he does age up, will he develop more powers down the road? They don't have any answers at all. But of course, they know that with this baby from space is on American soil, they can basically claim the baby as an American project or American property. Now, with that being said, of course, they're kind of like, we have to raise the child, but raise him in the American way. And so, of course, they're going to put the baby in a house. Now, this house is going to be placed in the middle of nowhere. Of course, you're going to have a lot of trees and all that stuff. But of course, that entire area is going to be closed off by the American government, the military, to make sure that nobody will have access to this child except the government and, of course, the two people who are going to raise the child. They're going to raise the child in a way to kind of make him believe that, one, he is American, but two, he's also in a loving family. And so that is the moment we kind of find out that his name is going to be Mark Milton. But of course, they're calling this project Project Hyperion. And of course, kind of saying that his name down the road is going to be Hyperion. But either way, they're going to raise this child in a closed off area with these two fake parents to make sure he grows up in the American way. Now, even though basically you do have these parents raising this kid in this closed off area, you do have a lot of different cameras right now kind of focusing on him to make sure they can watch him and see what could actually happen to him as he grows up. Now, I do want to mention the parents are the two people who were assigned to raise Mark Milton, Hyperion. They have to realize that their life is basically over. Like, they're not allowed to kind of leave their position. They have to stay in that house and to basically raise this boy in the American way to make sure he's raised in the way that the government actually wants him raised as. Now, of course, while you have all these cameras watching him and the parents watching him, you do have the military say, okay, let's give him a puppy, because that's what typically happens in American household. You get an animal, a pet, a puppy or a cat, whatever. And so, of course, they gave him a puppy. Now, you would think this is going to be a cute moment. With this puppy, he's going to have a friend, a close ally. But of course, that right there does not happen. Instead, what does happen is that you have Hyperion powers activate. Now, he's still a baby, but when his powers does activate, of course, he basically uses heat vision and just vaporize the dog completely. So the dog is completely dead. Now, of course, after that, we do see a quick page where basically time has passed by. And of course, with time passing by, we do see Mark Milton actually grow up. But of course, the American government wants to make sure that this is going to be a character who's going to be very loyal to the American way. And so, of course, a lot of things that Mark Milton watches on the news is basically news about other countries doing different things wrong, and of course, making America look great. Is to make Mark Milton fall in love with America, to fall in line with the American way. Now, of course, with time passing by, that means you have certain people leaving this project behind, but also people joining this project. And so, of course, we pick up now with President George Bush, the first Bush. And right now you have Bush kind of overlooking this project. And at this point right now, you have the American government still studying the spaceship that actually brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, of course, while they're studying it, of course, they're going to find out that basically this ship wasn't built. It was organic. It basically developed the way it did over a certain period of time. It wasn't built like most spaceships are built. Now, on top of that right there, they do find the power source to Hyperion ship that had brought him here to Earth. And of course, when they do, they find some kind of crystal. Now, this crystal apparently responds to anybody's thoughts when they're basically touching the crystal. And this right here is going to be very important down the road, actually. But then we continue with the origin of Mark Milton, Hyperion, and where he came from. Here's the thing, though. Earlier, we saw his spaceship just flying through space, and that was it. But of course, we had no actual origin of where planet he came from. And so out of nowhere, you have the military or the government say they have some kind of recording. And of course, with this recording, they see some kind of spaceship in the middle of space. And of course, they see a escape pod that's leaving the ship as the spaceship basically blow up. Now, of course, right off the bat, we can tell that escape pod was Hyperion when he was a baby. But here comes the big problem, though. One, what planet is he from? Two, what happened to the rest of the crew on that spaceship? Because of course, even though it did blow up, could have some survived the explosion? And 3, who recorded this? Because with that angle, that means somebody had to sit outside a spaceship and basically record it as a whole vessel blew up and an escape pod left, of course, carrying Hyperion. And so, of course, now the question is, who was recording it though? Now, of course, we actually jump back over to Mark Milton, aka Hyperion. And right now you have Mark basically talking to his father. Now remember, this is not his biological father. This is a father that was given to him by the American government or the military to basically help raise this boy, Mark. But of course, for Mark's sake, he believes that this is actually his father. And the woman in the house, that is actually his mother. But either way, though, this is the moment we see that when it comes to Hyperion, more powers have emerged. That basically he has developed more powers. Like, of course, supervision, super hearing, probably X-ray as well. Matter of fact, he does have X-ray. And so, of course, he is able to see a lot of different things miles away. And of course, it does bring up a lot more questions for Mark. Like 1, where is he from? 2, why in the world is he sheltered away from other people actually? 3, why are there guards outside the actual area that's blocking him and his supposed family off? Like, what in the world is going on? Now, this is also Mark saying, like, listen, I know that if I want to leave, nobody could basically stop me. And of course, he shows them that he has the ability to fly. But then he asks his mom or dad, his dad, but he does ask his dad, do you and mom actually love each other? And the dad says, yes, we do. Now, of course, that is a lie. But of course, he wants to tell Mark that story because, again, it's the American government or the American military wants to make sure that nothing compromises Mark at all. And so, of course, you have the fake dad say, yes, we do love each other. And so with that, it's Mark saying, fine, as long as you guys love each other, but love me as a son, I'm going to stay here and I'm not going to leave the area. Now, that is the moment where we basically jump over to the Deep South. Now, when we do, we actually pick up with a lady known as Miss Abigail Stewart. And right now, she's basically happy that she was able to find a babysitter. Now, of course, when she does find a babysitter, she does explain why it has been so hard to basically keep one. That her son is all over the place. Now, she also tells the babysitter, like, hey, listen, my son almost died a long time ago because he had some kind of rare disease. But of course, he was able to fight against it and he survived. But of course, she does say that her son is kind of a fast mover, kind of hinting at the idea that basically he might have super speed. But of course, outside, we do see that he does have super speed when he is trying to race his dog. This is Stanley, and of course, he'll become a character called Blur. And so as we dive into the second chapter, we basically pick up with Mark Milton right now, who's right now with a teacher. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why I say that because it's really more of the American government trying their best to continue the idea to say, hey, Mark, you are a normal American kid. Yes, you have powers, but we want to make sure you have a normal American life. And of course, most kids in America, they go to school. And of course, they have teachers. And so they're trying their best to kind of give him that normal American life. The problem is, though, it's just him and his teacher. It's one-on-one. It's kind of like he's being homeschooled, which there's nothing wrong with that. But you'll see why this is actually somewhat important. But in the middle of this class session, he does begin to use his heat vision. And he's able to kind of control it and basically pinpoint it to where it wanted to go. And of course, he burns the book that his teacher is basically holding. And of course, he scares her away. But the reason why I pointed out earlier about a problem with him being homeschooled or him having a one-on-one session is because basically right now you see him kind of talking to his father after that class session. And of course, he tells his father that with his X-ray vision, supervision, and all that other super stuff, that basically he's able to see children miles away. And so, of course, there's other kids out there in the world that he has no interaction with. And of course, he never had that interaction. It's been him, this fake mom, and this fake dad in this military bubble. And that's basically it. And so, of course, he's now asking his father and mother, it's time for me to actually have friends. It's time for me to basically interact with other people because I can control my powers. I will not let my powers go out of control. It's him trying his best to convince his dad, but honestly, the military to say, okay, maybe we should give him a little bit more normal American life. We basically kept him away from the entire world. So let's slowly kind of give him things. Now, yes, you do have the American government agree that maybe Mark should deserve some kind of normal school life. The problem is, though, they want to make sure that they can control this school session. And so what they do is that they take a bunch of nephews and nieces from different people in the military or the government and kind of force them into this school program that was literally just made for Mark. So honestly, this is not a normal school. This is a school that was made by the government. And of course, the kids in this school is literally just nephews and nieces of people in the government system. And on top of that, of course, it all has to be hush hush. No one can tell anyone in the world about this at all. Now, you have Mark going to this fake school in a tank. So even though they're trying their best to kind of give him a normal school life, he's popping out of school, this fake school, in a tank. Now, we actually jump over to a psych ward, and of course we pick up a character known as Phil. Now, Phil has been at this facility for 14 years, and of course 14 years ago was the time where Hyperion arrived on Earth with his spaceship. But basically, he has been at this ward for 14 years because he keeps having this flashback, playing his mind over and over and over again. And of course, in his mind, he has seen the death of his wife and apparently his unborn child. Now, he keeps saying, though, he didn't kill his wife or his unborn child. But of course, when they found him 14 years ago, it did seem like maybe he did kill his wife and his unborn child. But we didn't get this flashback where, of course, him and his wife 14 years ago are just hanging out, and they see a shooting star. Now, this shooting star was actually the spaceship of Hyperion arriving on Earth. But of course, they make a wish, but some debris does fall on them. Now, with that happening, Phil's wife does go into labor. And when she does go into labor, she does give birth to a baby. Now, this baby does not look normal, but you didn't have Debbie, the wife of Phil, take her and the baby into the ocean, where of course she did drown. The baby did not. But you have Phil kept saying he didn't kill his wife or his unborn child, but he did say that his child looked nothing like him at all. And of course, everyone's still confused on that part right there. But then we actually pick up with a black family. Now, you do have this black family right now just kind of enjoying their night. And of course, they're also enjoying their new lifestyle. Like, they are coming up in a very nice way. Now, with that being said, though, as they're kind of just walking around, they are confronted by some racist people. And of course, they hate them because this family is African American. And of course, they do end up basically shooting the mom and dad. But the son stays alive, Kyle. And of course, Kyle had to watch his parents be shot and murdered because the color of their skin. And of course, the killer just drives off and leaving Kyle alone and an orphan. But that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Joseph Ledger. Now, Joseph Ledger is known as the Doctor because he's very precise when it comes to his secret operations. But basically, he's been recruited for Project Hyperion. And the reason why, because they're hoping that with the Doctor, Joseph Ledger, they'll be able to get a better understanding of the crystal, which is the power source to Hyperion ship. Because remember, guys, when it comes to Hyperion's crystal, of course, when you touch it and you're thinking of something, the crystal basically reacts to your thoughts. And so right now, it's the American government hoping that when it comes to the Doctor and his thinking ability, maybe he'll be able to overcome the abilities of the crystal, but to learn more about the crystal. Now, with that being said, though, of course, when he does grab it, he's able to kind of use the powers of the crystal to kind of make a blast into a certain direction. Now, of course, every time he does use the crystal, he does feel a very large amount of pain. But of course, he's just so tempted to keep using the crystal. And so he kept using it over and over again. Except the more he used it, it began the process of the crystal beginning to kind of merge with him. It combines to his body, to his right hand actually. And then he falls into a coma. Now we actually jump over to Italy, and the reason why, because you have two children bringing food as an offering to a tomb for a shrine towards a certain kind of princess who has been asleep for hundreds of years. Now, with that being said, as the children are leaving, they do hear a voice, and of course they're wondering what that voice was, but they heard someone say, "Something is stirring in the world outside." And of course, a hand does stretch out and of course grabs the offering and then leaves. And so, of course, this could be another character that is going to join the Squadron Supreme. Basically, Chapter 2 is a kind of a way to show us different characters who could possibly join the Squadron Supreme. But then we actually do see Mark at this school that was basically put together by the American government. Now, with that being said, of course, you would think that maybe Mark might meet somebody here, make a friend, and actually have someone to talk to. Because now he's finally been given the chance to actually interact with other children. But the problem is, though, these are teenagers, just like he is. And teenagers can be ruthless. And for Mark, who never had any kind of interaction with teenagers or kids or even toddlers or babies because he has been in that bubble, this process right here doesn't go so well for him because he has no idea how to talk to them. And of course, he's always staring at people. And of course, that freaks them out. And so, of course, you have everyone kind of like keeping their distance from him because how scary and awkward he actually is. And so when Mark goes back home, you do have Mark tell his parents, "Hey, I don't want to go there anymore. No, I'm done with school. Like, I can't fit in. Like, there has to be somebody out there I can actually bond with, but those kids at school right there are not the ones." Now, basically, it's the way for Marvel to say that Mark is looking for friends, someone to kind of talk to. But of course, it's the other characters we have been seeing in the background who, of course, are other members of the Squadron Supreme. Now, as we dive into the third chapter, of course, we actually pick up with Mark Milton getting ready to meet with the president. Now, at first, he's kind of waiting outside the office while you have the president talking to one of his advisors about Mark Milton. But of course, you have the advisor realize that Mark Milton may have super hearing and of course could hear their entire conversation. But either way, you do have the president basically invite Mark Milton into the Oval Office. And of course, they do have a conversation. Now, this conversation is really more of the president saying, "Hey, listen, we have basically spent a lot of time and money on you. And of course, I feel like it's about time for you to pay it back." Now, it's not the president actually saying that, but of course, he really means that. And of course, you have the president tell Mark, "We're going to send you on a mission." And of course, you have to be fast and quick because we want to make sure that you stay a secret. But of course, the mission going on could technically help us kind of stop one of the many countries that we are fighting against. And I think it's Iraq or Iran in this storyline. But either way, though, you do have the president tell Mark Milton to do this mission. And of course, you have Mark really down to actually complete this mission because he has been trained and taught and lived the American life so much that of course he's like, yeah, I'm down. Give it to me. Now, of course, when he does go on this mission and he does meet up with the team, of course, you do have this military team tell him, okay, here's your targets. This we need to go to, and this is what you need to do. But you have to be fast and quick. Do you understand? And of course, he's kind of like, yeah, I do understand my mission. And of course, I'll be able to actually complete this mission. Now, here's the thing, though. He does go in there fast and he does basically complete the mission. But of course, while you have the military men watching him do his work in that operation, they see how fast and strong and what he's actually capable of doing. And of course, it freaks them out. And so when he comes back, they're like, okay, yeah, mission is done. And he's like, okay, I'm going to leave now. But they're so scared of him because how powerful and how much a threat he could be if he actually turns evil. Now, of course, after that operation, you did have the American government use Mark Milton for different kinds of operations across the world. And so, of course, you had the American military being able to win a lot more battles against Iraq, Iran, and other countries that they are currently facing. Now, with that being said, though, we did pick up with Jason Scott. Now, Jason Scott is your reporter who's kind of realizing that even though the American military is able to win a lot of battles against Iraq and Iran, nobody in the military is kind of owning up to these accomplishments, taking the claims for these victories. And so, of course, it's kind of Jason saying there's something going on behind the scenes. On top of the idea, it's very strange on how the American government is basically being able to win these battles against Iraq and Iran. These operations are going too well. And so, of course, he's kind of doing some more digging because he feels like there are a lot of secrets out there that are not being told at the moment. Now, you do have Jason Scott actually meet up with a lot of different people who may have an idea about how the American government is able to win these actual battles or these operations. Now, really, these are some unique people. And a lot of things they are saying do not make sense. But one person does. And that is the lady we saw at the very beginning of our storyline who had basically found Hyperion when he crashed on the Earth. And of course, she does tell Jason like, hey, we found his baby in a spaceship. But of course, the American government came in and took him away. And that was it. And so, of course, it's her kind of saying this to Jason. He's kind of like, that's very interesting. I'm going to keep everything you just said to me in this notebook right here. But of course, it's still Jason trying to fish for more information that can actually help him figure out how in the world the American government is able to do all of this. Now, we actually do see Jason meet up with a CIA agent. Now, the reason why, because this is Jason just trying to find more information about this project Hyperion. And of course, this CIA agent has been doing a lot of good things for Jason over the years. And so, of course, it's Jason coming back to him like, I need your help. I basically need you right now to figure out what in the world is Project Hyperion. And of course, it does not take this agent that long to give information back over to Jason so that he can tell Jason, look, everything in this folder basically tells you what is Project Hyperion. And hopefully it's everything you need. But of course, once you blow this coverage across the world, as soon as you tell anybody about this at all, and they ask you, where did you get this from? You did not get this from me. If you tell the world you got it from me, I will kill you. And that is it. But now Jason knows a good amount of information about Project Hyperion. Now, you do actually have Jason go see the same lady we saw earlier who had basically found Mark Milton all those years ago to hopefully gather more information about what she saw and what the government did to her and the baby. But of course, they always kept an eye on her just in case she decided to basically spill the beans on Project Hyperion. And of course, now the government knows that basically Jason Scott is about to blow this story and tell the entire world about Project Hyperion, or what he might know about Project Hyperion. And so, of course, you do have the American government say, how about this? How about we feed him information? But of course, this is a way for us to kind of control this story so that basically it does not backfire on us and have the public actually hate us. And so, of course, you have them say, that's a good idea. Let's send in Mark Milton, Hyperion, and let him talk to this guy. And hopefully, as they talk, they'll basically be able to change the story a tad bit into our favor. Now, of course, after they were basically able to kind of control what the reporter Jason can say to the world, of course, it's the American government kind of painting this picture that they did nothing wrong, which of course was keeping this huge secret from the world, from their country. And so, of course, you have the media kind of surprised about this big announcement. You're talking about the idea of a super weapon, a human or alien, really, sorry, who's a super weapon, who has all these different powers. And of course, we have to realize they have no idea what could be Hyperion's weakness yet. And so, of course, right now, you have this powerful weapon just out there in the world being able to do whatever he wants if it comes down to it. But for right now, you do have Mark Milton kind of under the control of the American government. And of course, you do kind of have them doing different kinds of press conferences around the world to kind of show off this guy. Like, hey, this is Hyperion. This is Mark Milton. This is our secret weapon that basically we have been using to kind of help us out with different kinds of military operations. Now, we actually do jump over to Jason Scott. And right now, you have Jason Scott actually meeting up with his editor. Now, when he actually does, of course, this is Jason saying, okay, listen, I feel like I've been played. That basically I was only given information that the American government wanted Hyperion to basically share with me so that they control the media. But of course, he's kind of like, they're still keeping a lot of secrets from us. And of course, we have no idea what those secrets are. And so, of course, it's Jason saying I should have asked more questions. But the problem is, though, I know the questions I wanted to ask, Hyperion could not answer because Hyperion does not know everything about him at all. He only knows parts of his origin, and that's it, but not the complete origin. And so, of course, it's Jason saying the government is hiding things from Hyperion and also hiding things from us. But you also have Jason saying on top of that, he feels like there are other characters out there with abilities. And the reason why he says that because in the south part of America, somebody was running around at Mach 2 speed. The problem was, though, Mark Milton was nowhere near that area at all. He was nowhere near that area because he was with the president doing a press conference. And so it is basically Jason saying there's other people out there with abilities. And of course, their abilities can do a lot of different things. And so you have Jason say it has to be more people out there with those abilities, and maybe the government actually knows about them. And of course, you have Jason say, I have to find them. And of course, he's talking about Stanley, the one we saw earlier, the little boy, but now probably older, running around the South part of America at Mach 2 speed. It's Blur. And so this is where we are going to now, when we actually jump into today's video storyline, we actually pick up with Hyperion. Now, remember, by this point, Hyperion was a hero. Like, he was announced to the world. The world knows who Hyperion is. Now, of course, they're scared of him, and of course, they're wondering how dangerous he could be, but at the same time, he's still being a hero. Now, you have to remember, Hyperion's origin is very similar to Superman in some aspects, where, of course, he did crash on Earth. He was found by humans, except right after he was found, the American government came in and said, nope, that's our child now because
he is an alien and we have no idea what he could possibly do. And so they kept the child over the years and basically been feeding him the American lifestyle and gave him fake parents to watch over him. And of course, they gave him a name and they called him Mark Milton. Now, with all that being said, while you have Hyperion right now saving a plane from falling out of the sky, you do have the fake parents of Mark Milton meeting up with the general. Now, this is actually very important because we saw in our last video, even though these parents were basically hired to help raise Mark Milton in a bubble space, these people never did like him. They were scared of him. Like, you would think, okay, you've been assigned to watch a kid and there is a possibility that you might actually fall in love being that kid parent, even though you're not their parent. These people right here, they never did like Mark Milton. And the reason why, because he was so scary and dangerous. With all the different powers that he could basically do, it freaked them out. And they're very happy about the idea that they're going to fake their death so that they can escape, but also make sure that Mark Milton falls in line. Because right now, they want him to be their super soldier. And to make sure he falls in line, let's pretend we killed the fake parents that he has no idea are not his real parents, and also kind of get them out of there before he possibly kills them, because he is a very dangerous person. And so they're going to fake the parents' death to just keep Mark Milton under their control. But then we actually pick up with Kyle Richmond. Now remember, Kyle Richmond, we saw him earlier in our last video. And matter of fact, the last time we actually saw him was when he was with his parents. And of course, his parents were shot and killed by a racist person. Because of course, Kyle Richmond is a black person and his parents were also black. Now, with that being said, of course, his origin is Bruce Wayne's origin, just a little bit different. Where Bruce Wayne's parents were killed for a completely different reason, Kyle Richmond's parents were killed because the guy who killed them was a racist. Now, with that being said, Kyle Richmond's origin is kind of like Bruce Wayne, where of course Kyle Richmond's parents had money. And so when they died, all that money went straight to Kyle Richmond. And of course, he began to use that money for his night activities. And of course, his night activities is him being a superhero. Now, he called himself Nighthawk, and it's him going around being a hero who basically protects the area he lives in. Now, here's the thing though. Nighthawk is brutal. And when I say brutal, I mean literally brutal. Because you have Nighthawk just really kill a bunch of thugs off who were going after a random woman. Now, we have no idea what they're going to do to that woman, but you do have Nighthawk just brutally beat them down or possibly kill them. And of course, I honestly can't show it because it's YouTube, and Marvel Max had a lot of content that was very adult content. So to keep the channel safe, I'm not going to show what he does to those thugs. Let's just say it was very brutal and nasty. Now that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Mark Milton, his parents, and also the general. And right now you have the general beginning the process of actually removing Mark Milton's parents. Because remember, they want to make sure that Mark Milton basically falls in line with the American government. And to make sure that actually happens, they're going to remove his parents, say that they basically had died. And so what they're going to do is they're going to send Mark Milton on a mission. And of course, the mission is to find the blur. Because remember, in our last video, we got word that technically right now in the south part of America, somebody has been running around at super speed. But of course, they have no idea who that person is. And so they're going to send Mark Milton down there to hopefully figure out what's happening down there. Because Mark Milton does have super speed, he might be able to go toe to toe with this speedster and to hopefully bring him in to figure out if he's good or is he bad. Now, of course, while you have Mark Milton getting the mission and he does leave, that is the moment you do have the general say, okay, it's time for you guys to go ahead, pack everything up and get the heck out of here. And so while Mark is down in the south part of America looking for a speedster, we're going to remove you guys and send you guys to a completely different country away from Mark, and hopefully he never finds you down the road. Now, you do have Mark being able to actually find Blur. Here's the thing though. Blur is technically faster than Mark Milton. He's able to turn on a quick turn so easily, and Mark is not able to actually do it. But right after you have Mark being able to make contact with the Blur, you have Mark realize, oh my God, there are other people out there who are just like me. People with powers. And for Mark, this is great because it is something he always wanted, well, since our last video, to find other people who are like him, superpower beings. But of course, after he does lose the Blur, you do have the army appear and they're kind of like, hey man, we got some bad news for you. It's about your parents. Now, this is really a messed up thing. And what I mean by that is you do have the army say there was an accident, that basically something happened to your parents. Now, originally, Mark Milton was supposed to go out on a boating trip with his dad, his fake dad, and his fake mom, really his fake dad, but the mom wanted to tag along. Now, of course, that was all fake, but they're trying to play along. Now, this is the army saying like, hey, listen, your parents, they died in the boating accident. Like, they want to go on that boating trip so bad. Your dad went out there with your mom instead of you, and there was an accident, and they both died. Like, and we can't find their bodies anywhere. Now, you do have Mark actually go out into the ocean to look for the bodies of his supposed dead parents. And of course, he can't find the dead bodies because right now, they're in a completely different country. Now, this is really messed up because, yes, you now have Mark believing that he no longer has parents so that he can fall in line with the American government. Cool. You got that plan right there going. But here's the thing. If Mark Milton is able to detect his parents' heartbeats down the road in future books, it is going to lead into bigger problems for the government when Mark gets very angry and finds out that the government had faked his parents' death. Now, as we get into the second chapter, I do want to point out, like, remember, when it comes to Hyperion, he basically represents Superman, but in the Marvel Multiverse landscape. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Hyperion right now being moved to a new house, a new apartment, really a penthouse, because with the death of his parents, it's the American government trying to move him away from that bubble that he was in and now put him actually in the city. Now, this is Hyperion kind of want to be like Clark Kent, meaning that he wants to have dual identities, one when he is Hyperion and one when he is Mark Milton, but of course, keep them separate from one another, like how you had Clark Kent and you have Superman, where the world does not know about Mark Milton's side, but they do know about Hyperion. He wants to have a normal life and have a normal job. But you do have the government say, you can't have that because you basically been told to the world that you are Mark Milton, that you are Hyperion. The world knows who you are. So honestly, you can't hide from the world. And also, you have a job. It's called being a hero. And so for Mark Milton, he can't believe that basically he was put in that position now. He's kind of like, I can never have a normal life or have actual friends who could be just like me. It's him wondering, will he ever have a normal life like humans do on Earth? Now, we actually do jump over to Joseph Ledger. Now, remember, Joseph Ledger was basically a soldier that was brought in by the American government to work on a project. And that project was a crystal that was the power source of the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, of course, you did have the American government test that crystal, and they realized that the crystal had the ability to respond to people's thoughts and do different things. The problem was, though, every single person that had been tested on with the crystal, well, bad things happened. And so they brought in Joseph Ledger because, well, he is a great soldier, and maybe he'll be able to control the crystal. Now, when he began to touch the crystal, he was able to do a lot of different things. The problem was, though, the more times he used it, the more pain he felt from the crystal. And then the crystal basically embedded in his hand, and then he was put in a coma. and he has been in a coma ever since. Now, right now, you do have some doctors transporting him to a different laboratory. The problem is, though, when one of the doctors touched the crystal that's inside his hand right now, there's a huge flash. And with that huge flash, that doctor actually turns into dust, really, or some kind of husk. Either way, that doctor is officially dead. And now you have the other doctor and the driver kind of wondering what just happened with John Ledger. Because right now, this man just turned this dude into dust. What's going on with that crystal? And this began the process of him becoming Dr. Spectrum. Now, we actually jump over to two guys in black suits right now going to a particular house. Now, these two guys do look like they could be agents for the American government, but they're not. Actually, these are two guys who are going to do something different than what the American government is actually doing. Because when it comes to supreme power, the idea of the storyline is that these are characters who are appearing in today's world, our world. So what would happen if these characters actually appeared in our world? That is the big question. And so right now you do have these two guys going to a house. And of course, this house belongs to Blur's mother. And of course, these guys found out who Blur was and was able to find out where he lives. And so they're coming to his house not to recruit him to the American government program. Instead, they want to sponsor him, to endorse him, to give him a lot of money to run around with endorsements all over him because he is a speedster. He could be a hero down the road. And if these companies are able to put their names on his shirt, jacket, whatever, as he goes around to save the day, then of course he will get that money. It's a way for him to get paid because he has powers and he can be a hero. He is somebody else who's now coming out to the world like Hyperion did. Because right now the world only knows about Hyperion. But if Blur comes out, that will be completely different because Hyperion is with the American government. Blur is not. Blur has more freedom. Blur will be able to make more money than Hyperion could possibly. And so right now, you have these two guys coming to Blur saying like, hey, we'll be your agents. We'll help you get some money, make some money. You'll be taken care of, and so will your mom. And you have Blur like, I'm down. Let's do it. Go ahead, sign me up. Let's go out there and make some money. Now we actually jump back over to Joseph Ledger. And yes, he's still in a coma, even though what happened earlier in this book, he's still in a coma. Now, of course, he was transported over to a facility that's being run by the American government. And of course, they do have a laboratory inside this facility to run some tests on Joseph Ledger because they have no idea what in the world actually happened when that doctor had touched the hand of Joseph Ledger. I mean, they do know they found a dead body, but they have no idea what basically set off the crystal. And so the doctor in charge, William Steedman, is trying to figure out what could possibly set the crystal off. Is Joseph actually awake inside his coma? Now, here's the thing. You do have William say, what if we basically put Joseph near the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth? Now, the reason why he's saying this because remember, the crystal that's right now embedded in the body of Joseph Ledger was originally the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. And so they're wondering if there could be some kind of connection between the spaceship and also the crystal right now that could basically wake up Joseph Ledger. Now, at first, nothing happens. And the reason why, because they have a spaceship in some kind of containment, where of course it's being contained in some kind of lead container. And really, you have the general say, take it out of the container. We should have a clear path of connection between the crystal and the spaceship because we're trying to bring our best soldier back to us. So go ahead, remove the container and let there be a clear connection between the two things. And as soon as the scientists did that, bam, Joseph Ledger woke up. And when he wakes up, it's huge. There's a huge flash and then he just flies right out of the building. And you have William and every other scientist like,
What just happened? Now, right after Joseph Ledger left, of course, the general also saw it as well. But as soon as Joseph Ledger left, that is the moment you have the general get another call. Now, this call is talking about what just happened in a different part of the country. And of course, it's the south part of the country. And we definitely know what character is in the south part of America right now, and that is Blur. And remember, earlier, Blur did agree to kind of work with some agents to get some sponsorship to make some money. And so you have the general getting a call saying, okay, so we have Hyperion and we have Joseph Ledger, but there is a third guy who just came public, and he was our speedster down the south, and he's now famous because he has agents and he has sponsors. Like, he's out there in the world. He came public. And the general is not happy about this because he wanted a speedster under his control, but also the idea that now the public could possibly wonder if there is other characters out there who have abilities like these two guys do. Now, with Blur going public to the entire planet, that word got right back over to Hyperion. And this is great for Hyperion because Hyperion was looking for somebody who is just like him, somebody that he'll be able to actually connect with because they are both superpower beings. And so with that being said, you right now have Hyperion coming to Blur's press conference. Now, Hyperion does fly by really fast so that nobody can actually see Hyperion except Blur. Hyperion knew Blur will be able to actually see him and hear him to give a message over to Blur and say, meet me somewhere down the road, whatever, in 1 hour. Because I know you can hear me and see me, and we have to talk. Because you and I, we're alike. We're both superpower beings. And so you have Blur continue on with the press conference like nothing happened, but Blur knows that Hyperion said, I want to see you and talk to you and hopefully connect with you. Now, I really do like the conversation between Blur and Hyperion. And the reason why, because it's Blur really trying to build a connection with Hyperion, but to also kind of give advice to Hyperion as well. Now, you would think that basically with Hyperion being the first hero and being a hero much longer than Blur has, that it would be Hyperion kind of giving advice to Blur. But in reality, Blur is, because Blur still had a normal upbringing. Hyperion did not. And matter of fact, the American government has not really been truthful about the origin of Hyperion to Hyperion. We know his origin, but not Hyperion. And so right now you have Blur kind of like, okay, listen, it's great that you and I both have powers, but what do you do for fun? What is your hobby? Now, at first, when he asked Hyperion, what do? You have Hyperion talk about being a hero and what he did today as a hero. But you have Blur say, no, none of that hero stuff. I'm asking you, what did you do for fun? Like for a hobby, to get out there, to relax. What helps you relax? And for Hyperion, he's kind of like, I don't know how to answer that, because basically he does not have a hobby, because the American government has just been pushing an agenda on Hyperion and making him do whatever they want him to do. And so he never had a time to actually find a hobby. And so this is Blur saying, find a hobby. Find one, get one, whatever, but you need one. It will help you relax, because this life right here we live, it's going to affect us down the road. And we need some kind of release for our stress, for our mental health. So find a hobby. By the way, let's stay in contact, because it's just you and I right now. And honestly, it's cool to have someone out there who's just like me. Now, you did have Blur tell Hyperion about Nighthawk, a character we have been seeing in both videos right now in Chicago. And so this is Blur saying, go to Chicago. Go there and you might find somebody else who could be like us, but I heard that he is just a myth. And honestly, that right there shows how very similar Nighthawk is to Batman. But getting back over to William Steedman, we do see William right now looking over the spaceship with another scientist, because this spaceship has caused a lot of different problems for the American government. And of course, it had brought up a lot of different questions. But right now, you have William wondering something else about the spaceship. And right now, you have a scientist tell William they have found small containers inside a spaceship. But these containers are very small and empty. But of course, they're just small enough to hold a bacteria or a virus. But of course, that spaceship was holding these containers, and most of those containers are empty now. And so now you have this scientist telling William there could be a chance that that virus went airborne. It was spread across the world. And of course, they have no idea if that virus is actually affecting people at the moment. And that is huge. But then we see that William goes home for the night. Now, when he does go home for the night, of course, this is William thinking, okay, I'm going to finally have a night to relax and take my mind off things. The problem is, though, as soon as he gets home, gets in bed and thinking it's going to be a relaxing night, well, that is the moment he's confronted by Joseph Ledger. And this is huge because at this point, it has been some time since Joseph Ledger was last seen after he had woke up from his coma and just flew away. And so this is William shocked to see Joseph Ledger right now standing in front of him like, oh my God, you're back. Like, you're here. Like, oh my gosh, where have you been? But Joseph Ledger is talking crazy to the idea that he wants to kill off William Steedman. And you have William like, what did I do wrong? Like, we were trying to help you. You have to understand that. But you have Joseph like, no, look at what you did to me. You changed me, and now I have all the power I need to go ahead and kill you off. And this is huge because this is Joseph Ledger actually talking about killing off William. But then something snaps in the mind of Joseph Ledger. It's like he has split personalities because that is the moment he turns into somebody else, like he's the most calmest person in the world. And then he talks to William like, hey, what's up, Will? What's happening? Why are you scared? What happened? I just woke up. Where we at? Like, he is completely a different person. And then you have Joseph put William down. But this shows William, okay, something else just happened to Joseph. He came out of his coma, but now it seems like there are two different personalities in there. That right there is scary. Now, we actually do pick up with Hyperion. Now, you do have Hyperion actually go to Chicago because remember, he was told about a hero known as Nighthawk who could have powers, not have powers, but Blur has no idea about Nighthawk. And so you have Hyperion go to Chicago. Now, when he gets there, he does find Nighthawk. And he tells us in Nighthawk that he has been watching Nighthawk for a couple hours tonight. But then he realized something about Nighthawk. That Nighthawk is just a regular guy. And we already knew that because Nighthawk basically represents Batman in these comics. But on top of that, this is Hyperion saying, but I realize you only protect African Americans and blacks. Why is that? Like, why don't you protect Caucasians or Asians or Mexicans or Latin people? Like, why only African Americans? Now, we know why. Because Nighthawk is just like Bruce Wayne. His parents were killed, except Nighthawk's parents were killed because they were black. They were killed off by a racist. And so it's Nighthawk going out of his way to protect his people. And so this is Hyperion kind of like, what you're doing is great, but you're staying in one particular circle. Why not go outside your circle and help all races? Now, while Hyperion is talking to Nighthawk, you have Nighthawk kind of looking at Hyperion as what he believes Hyperion to be. Some country racist Caucasian dude. Or some guy who's part of the KKK. Like, he looks at Hyperion at different angles and what he thinks Hyperion actually stands for. And so you have Hyperion leave with a message like, hey, I feel like you're blinded by what your calling truly is. Like right now, you need to realize everybody needs help. And you have Hyperion fly away. But for Nighthawk, he's kind of like, no, what I'm doing is right. Protecting my people first, and that is who I'm going to protect. And that is it. But to go ahead and wrap up today's video, we actually pick up with William Steedman and also Joseph Ledger. And right now they're at a laboratory. And they're right now kind of keeping Joseph in this laboratory to run some tests on him. And you still have Joseph talking like he did earlier after that brief moment where his mind just snapped back to normal. And so while they're talking, you have Joseph still continuing to talk like a normal person does. But then after William leaves, you have William talk to another scientist and say, I'm worried for Joseph Ledger, because when he reappeared, he was talking and acting completely different than he is right now. And so this is William saying, I feel like with the crystal being embedded inside the body of Joseph Ledger, the crystal has taken on its own personality in the mind of Joseph Ledger. And so, yes, he does have multiple personalities inside his mind right now. But one of those personalities belongs to the crystal. Now, this is only the idea that William has. But of course, it could actually mean something huge down the road. Video is really going to focus on Dr. Spectrum, because we're going to cover the miniseries that came out, and the miniseries that came out basically after a few issues of Supreme Power had came out. But this storyline actually takes place right in the middle of the first volume. So when I kind of rework the playlist, you're going to have volume 1 part 1, and then you're going to have this video, and then you're going to have volume 1 part 2, because basically this entire storyline takes place in the middle of volume 1 of Supreme Power. Now when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, or John Ledger, or Joseph Ledger, basically he was a military person who was brought in to help the American government test a crystal. Now this crystal was the power source to the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth. The problem was the American government had been studying this crystal and realized that it does react to how people think. And so if you're holding the crystal and it does read your thoughts, different things will happen thanks to your thoughts because you're holding the crystal. Now they brought in Joseph Ledger because he is a character who can be able to kind of have a focused mind and possibly be able to overcome the power of the crystal. The problem was the more he used the crystal, the more he was able to unlock like different powers of the crystal, but it was also hurting him and began to bond with him permanently inside his hand, embedded inside his hand. And after that had happened, he was put in a coma. Now in Supreme Power Volume 1, we watched the American government try to find different ways to wake him up, but of course nothing had worked. But then at the end of Volume 1, he did wake up, but he woke up different, where it seemed like he had 2 or 3 different personalities, and that right there was very concerning for the American government. And so this miniseries does kind of answer the idea of, okay, does he have multiple personalities inside his head thanks to that crystal? Or what is really going on inside his head thanks to this crystal? But on top of that, we get the origin of Joseph Ledger in this storyline. Now, as we actually dive into the storyline, we actually do pick up with Joseph Ledger. Now, this actually takes place after the crystal was embedded inside his hand, but then he fell into a coma. And so right now, we actually pick up with Ledger, but inside his own head. And right now, all he sees is complete darkness, but he also hears music. Now, he doesn't really focus on the music. He's more concerned on where in the world is he. Now, he does see this light, and he wonders what in the world is going on with this light. But either way, he's trying to find a way out of this darkness that he's surrounded in, but he doesn't realize that right now he's inside his own head, and he's about to go on one heck of a mind trip thanks to the crystal being bonded to him. Now, to go ahead and kind of start off his mind trip, he basically wakes up in a memory. Now, of course, this is a memory or a moment in his life where he already kind of went through, but basically it was him in his early days in the military on a particular military mission where him and his group is going after another particular group, a group of enemies. Now, with that being said, once he realized where he's at, he realized that he's right now reliving something that he already lived, he already experienced, he already went through, and he knows how this entire thing is going to go through. And so he's right now kind of freaking out, but then he's kind of like, okay, maybe this is life giving me a second chance to kind of fix mistakes that happened in my past, like this one on this particular mission when one of his men actually end up getting shot and dies. And so it's him thinking, maybe I can save this guy this time by telling him what to do in advance so that he will not get shot in the head and die. The problem is, though, as he goes ahead and relives this memory and experience everything he already did in the past, that one guy that he did warn and try to protect and try to help out to save his life because he thinks this is God or whoever giving him a second chance in life, that guy still dies. And he's kind of like, what in the world? I had the chance to relive this memory, to hopefully fix things, to make things better, and that guy still died. What in the world is going on? As soon as he leaves that memory, he does continue his mind trip and he goes into another memory. Now, this one takes place way in the past when he is a young boy. But when he walks into the room and he realized what is about to happen, he now realized this is something else he had already lived through. And of course, it's the moment he goes and talks to his mother in the past. And this is the moment we learned that when it came to him and his mother, his father, her husband, has left them behind, but she got remarried to another guy. Now, of course, this new guy is very abusive to Joseph Ledger and also her, but she's okay with that because this man had took her and her son in, gave them a place to live, food to eat, and basically said because he's out here taking care of us, he can do whatever he wants to do to us. And so when you have a young Joseph Ledger telling his mom that he does not like his stepdad, she slaps him in the face and says, you have to like him because look at what he did for us. Even though he's abusing Joseph Ledger, it's her telling her son to ignore it so that they can still have the nice thing they have because of him. Now, out in the real world, we actually do pick up with some characters we actually met in the earlier videos we actually did, but also some other characters who are going to be important for this storyline only. So, of course, you do have the general, the one who kind of brought in Joseph Ledger to basically work on this military project with the crystal. You also have Bill Steeman, who is one of the scientists we actually saw in our last couple videos, who's going to be very important when it comes to Supreme Power and other books we're going to do for the Squadron Supreme. But there is a new character, and his new character is Dr. Norton. Now, Dr. Norton is going to be one of those characters where, like, he's just doing too much, but at the same time, he cares for his patients. And so that's why he's doing too much to basically help out his patients, because he's been brought in to kind of watch over Joseph Ledger until the military is actually able to kind of remove the crystal out of his hand, out of Joseph Ledger's hand. Now, you do have basically our doctor here kind of go against the general when it comes to classified information, because you do have the general tell Dr. Norton if you want information, unfortunately, we can't give it to you because it's classified. But for Dr. Norton, he's kind of like, if you want me to help this guy out, you basically are going to have to unclassify any kind of information, because right now, any information you're withholding could possibly help me save this guy's life. Now, while you do have the characters talking to one another, you do have one of the paramedics thinking about actually trying to remove the crystal from the hand of Joseph Ledger, the same crystal that has been embedded inside the hand of Joseph Ledger. Now, of course, that was a huge mistake, because as soon as that paramedic touches the crystal, there was some kind of reaction where basically you do have this explosion. Now, how this explosion works is very unique, because what happens is that you had everybody else who did not touch the crystal get blown back. But of course, they survived. But the paramedic who actually touched the crystal, he died. He was actually turned to stone. And that right there is very huge, because that guy, he's dead now. He turns to stone and then turns to dust and he's gone. But the area surrounding him and Joseph Ledger, that entire area, or the ground, has been wiped out, but the people have been pushed back and they survived. But this shows the general, it shows Dr. Steeman, it shows Dr. Norton, what in the world is going on with that crystal and Joseph Ledger, and how important this mission actually is to get that crystal out of the hand of Joseph Ledger, because that is a powerful weapon that the military could basically use to fight against their different enemies. Now, that is the moment where we actually jump back inside the head of Joseph Ledger. Now, when we actually do that, we actually do see Joseph Ledger right now back in that dark room again where we saw earlier in this video, but this time he's tied down to a chair. Now, he is confronted by another personality, another person who's right now inside his head. And this is going to begin the process of us learning what in the world is going on inside the head of Joseph Ledger. Because remember, in our last video, part 2 of volume 1, we saw that Joseph Ledger acted completely different in one moment to another, where it does seem like basically he does have multiple personalities. At the end of that video, you had the doctor say, hey, I think this dude has another personality, but that other one came from the crystal. And so right now, this is the book that's going to kind of give us that answer. Is the crystal adding onto the mind of Joseph Ledger? Meaning that, are there two different people inside the head of Joseph Ledger? And right now, is one of those people actually the crystal? Either way, you do have this other personality tell Joseph Ledger, listen, I'm either going to break you or help you. You're either going to die or live through this process. Either way, though, I'm here to learn more about you as you are here to learn more about me. But at the same time, I need to learn more about you rather than you learning about me, because you're going to help me with my mission. But at the end of this, you're going to wish that I had killed you, because this process is going to be very brutal. But then we actually pick back up in the real world. Now, when we do that, we actually pick up with Dr. Norton and a paramedic beginning the process of taking Joseph Ledger away on an ambulance. Now, while they're doing that, you have Dr. Norton kind of give us the reason on why he's going to care so much for Joseph Ledger, because Joseph looks just like his son Harry, a son that had died. And so with that, it's Dr. Norton saying, I'm going to make sure that this young man right here gets the chance to actually live, to see a bright future, because my son did not get that chance. And I feel like a young man like this guy right here should have the chance to have a good, bright future. And so this is going to be a very dedicated doctor who is trying to save the life of Joseph Ledger. Now, as we jump into the second chapter, we actually do pick up with the general and also Dr. Steeman and Dr. Norton as well, but Norton is with Joseph Ledger. But either way, you do have a conversation happening between Dr. Steeman and also the general. And this conversation is really more the idea of, what can they do with Joseph Ledger? Like right now, they're actually trying to think, what can they do to get the crystal away from him? Because when it comes to the second chapter, it has been 4 months since the end of the last chapter, the first issue in this storyline. And so with 4 months passing by, they're kind of like, we have run out of different ideas that could help us get the crystal away from Joseph Ledger. But now it comes down to one particular option. Cut off the hand of Joseph Ledger. If we do that right there, then bam, we get our crystal back and we're green light to continue our project to turn that crystal into a powerful weapon. But of course, they don't want to do that. Like right now, that's a last resort. And of course, if they're going to do that, they need to get the green light from the higher ups to actually do that. But while they wait for the green light, you do have Dr. Stevens say, hey, how about this? Let's bring in Hyperion. Because remember, the crystal that is embedded inside the hand of Joseph Ledger, it came from Hyperion's spaceship. It what powered Hyperion's spaceship. And so they're wondering if they're able to scan the brain waves of Hyperion, maybe they can unlock a different method that could actually help them get the crystal away from Joseph Ledger. But of course, it comes down to Hyperion. On top of that, they have to do this in a very secret way. And the reason why, because even though Dr. Norton, the doctor who really cares for Joseph Ledger, got all the classified information, or he believed he got all the classified information, there was one particular information left out. And of course, that was Hyperion being an alien, not from Earth, but from space. And so with that, it's kind of like we have to do this very secretive, because if Dr. Norton finds out, it could lead into more problems. Now, getting back over to Dr. Norton, you do have Dr. Norton actually talk to Joseph Ledger, even though he's in a coma right now. Now, this is Dr. Norton kind of telling us what actually has been said a lot when it comes to doctors and patients in comas, where basically it's really good idea to talk to patients even though they're in a coma, because it could help them to actually fight against the coma and get out of the coma. Now, with that being said, while you have Dr. Norton actually talk to Joseph Ledger as a way to kind of help him get through this coma process, well, that is the moment he's confronted by a nurse. Now, this nurse is actually going to be somewhat important for this storyline, but I'm not going to sit down here and say what her name is, because honestly, I forgot her name. But either way, she's going to be somewhat important for this storyline, but not that important where it's kind of like we have to know her name because of future books down the road. But either way, she does take over for Dr. Norton at night, and so he does leave while she does the doctor stuff for Joseph Ledger at night. Now, getting back inside the head of Joseph Ledger, we actually do pick up with him right now talking to this other persona, where we can basically say it is the crystal right now talking to him. But while you have the crystal actually talking to Joseph Ledger, this is the moment where you kind of have the crystal say like, he was here, or he was brought here to Earth alongside with Hyperion for some kind of mission. Now, the problem is, though, this mission is not told to us when it comes to Joseph Ledger asking, okay, what is the mission and what's so special about this mission, and why are you so, crazy about making sure that you actually accomplish this mission. But of course, you do have the crystal not tell Joseph Ledger about the mission at all, but instead you have the crystal kind of trying to play mind games with Joseph Ledger by telling Joseph, hey, I chose you. So don't think that basically you picked up the crystal just by pure luck and here we are. No, I've been watching you. I chose you. And now we're stuck together. Now, Joseph knows the crystal is just BSing right now. But either way, it's still the crystal trying to break down the barriers around Joseph Ledger's mind and memories. And so with that, you do have the crystal kind of begin the process of diving into the mind of Joseph Ledger once again to kind of give us a better idea of the origin of Joseph Ledger. Now, with that being said, we already kind of found out that his stepfather was an abusive person. And matter of fact, this is kind of shown to us in this book right here when you do have Joseph Ledger trying to run away from home. Now, when he does try to run away from home, he is confronted by his stepfather, where you do have his stepfather not really he does begin the process of actually abusing Joseph Ledger. But then a second memory is also unlocked. And with this memory, we kind of learn that Joseph Ledger was also bullied at school. So no matter where he went to, he did not have anybody that he could actually turn to and actually talk to growing up. Because at home, his mom did not care for him because she wanted a good life with her new man. His stepdad continued to abuse him. And at school, he was basically bullied left and right. And so Joseph Ledger had a hard upbringing when it came to him just trying to have a normal life. But back in the real world, we actually do pick up with that nurse again. But right now, she's playing a game of poker with another nurse, but also with a security guard. Now, these two other characters are going to be somewhat important, but not majorly important for the entire storyline, where basically the night nurse, the female, she is banging the other nurse, and she's married. So either way, she is cheating right now. But of course, her husband has no idea about her night fun. Now, on top of that, this security guard is going to be also important because he's working with somebody else and they have a very secret mission when it comes to Joseph Ledger. And at first, it kind of makes it seem like this security guard could possibly be working for the general or somebody in the military. Now, that is the moment we do see that a couple of days do pass by. And when they do, we actually pick up right now with Dr. Steedman and his team beginning the process of trying to read the brainwaves of Hyperion. And the reason why, because remember, Hyperion and the crystal that is embedded inside the hand of Joseph Ledger, they have a connection. And so this is Dr. Steedman kind of telling us that he's hoping that the brainwaves will help them find a way to remove the crystal out of the hand of Joseph Ledger. Now, with that being said, though, this actually leads into what could possibly come down the road in future books that we're going to cover. And what I mean by that is, as soon as you have Dr. Steedman turn on the machine to kind of read the brainwaves of Hyperion, well, with the connection Hyperion has with the crystal inside the head of Joseph Ledger, and of course being so connected with the crystal, that Joseph Ledger does see a glimpse of something. A glimpse of the mission that Hyperion and the crystal were basically sent on when they came to Earth. And of course, in this small glimpse, it showed that Hyperion could possibly was sent here to Earth to wipe out the Earth, which does make sense because how powerful he actually is. But of course, that small glimpse was taken away. And so now you have the crystal say, I have to make sure you forget what you saw. Because if you remember, this could basically ruin my mission and I cannot have that. And so my goal now is to make sure you do forget. Now, when we dive into the third chapter, we actually do pick up with Dr. Norton. Now, you do have Dr. Norton right now finding out a procedure is about to be done on Joseph Ledger. Now, this procedure is the same one where you have the general and also Dr. Steedman say that basically if they want to get the crystal back from Joseph Ledger, they're going to have to cut off his hand. And so, of course, this is now Dr. Norton finding out that basically the general and also Dr. Steedman have went behind his back and they're going to greenlight procedure to cut off the hand of Joseph Ledger, something that Dr. Norton does not agree with. Now, we actually do jump back into the mind of Joseph Ledger. Now, when we actually do that, we actually do pick up with Joseph Ledger right now, basically reliving another memory. And of course, this is the one where we do actually see him joining the army. Now, with him joining the army, it is one of the best moments of his life. It's something that he actually wanted to do. But then he is confronted by the crystal once again. And of course, this is the crystal saying like, listen, man, there's no way you can hide in your own head because I'm part of you now. So even though you try to hide inside your own mind, don't worry, I'm going to find you. And when I do find you, basically, I'm going to continue what I've been doing to you this entire time. So do not try to hide from me because I will always find you. But then we jump back over to Dr. Norton. Now, this is Dr. Norton actually going to confront the general because right now you have Dr. Norton actually getting very upset that he was not even talked to about the idea of cutting off the hand of Joseph Ledger because he feels like being the doctor of Joseph Ledger that he should know almost any kind of procedure that will be done on his patient. But of course, this is the general kind of like, I don't think you know who you're talking to. Like, basically, I'm the general. I'm the one in charge of everything here. I'm the one to make sure that everything runs correctly. So when you come at me with this attitude and thinking that you're higher than me, stronger than me, and basically control me, I need to remind you your placement in the actual system that we're actually in at the moment. Now, after you have the two characters kind of talk to one another, it does lead into the idea of Dr. Norton realizing that, okay, maybe he did overreact, but at the same time, he still wants to make sure his patient is okay. But then you have the general tell Dr. Norton, fine, I'll give you a little bit more time to basically find a way to get the crystal removed from the hand of Joseph Ledger before we do it our way. But the only reason why I'm doing this is because to kind of do it as a memory for your son. Because remember, when it comes to Dr. Norton, he lost his son. His son died a long time ago. And so he's kind of like, I'm doing this to protect my to protect my patient, Joseph Ledger. Now, we actually do jump back in the past once again. And of course, we jump back in the head of Joseph Ledger to kind of relive this memory. But basically right now, you do have this memory kind of telling us that Joseph Ledger had a girlfriend in high school, and that girlfriend was a girl known as Mandy. Now, Mandy is another character who is going to be somewhat important for this storyline. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Joseph Ledger telling his girlfriend at this moment in time that he was going to go join the army. Actually, he did join the army. Now, this was huge for him because with him always being bullied, with him always being abused by his stepfather and his mother, where basically he was kind of like, this is my chance to finally leave this town and finally get away from all this mess. Now, he was also hoping that Mandy would come with him. Like, basically, they get married and she'll live somewhere on a military base and they can be together. But that is something that she does not want to go through. And honestly, she feels like it's him being selfish to even ask her to do something like that. But of course, after they talk for a brief moment, he does promise her that he'll come back. And when he does come back, they can actually be together. Now, here comes the problem with that, though. He promised her that he will come back. But with this being in the past, we know that he never did come back for her. And so with that, you kind of have the crystal right now pretending to be another persona saying, oh, look, another memory I can use against you to basically break you. You try to hide this from me, but it didn't work out. So now I know more about you. And with me knowing more about you, I can use this actually against you now. But right after that one particular memory, we get the chance to actually jump into another memory. And when we do, we actually pick up in the early days of Joseph Ledger in the military. Now remember, in the last memory, this was Joseph Ledger in that memory thinking that going into the military was going to be something great, something beautiful. He was going to be able to get away from everybody who was basically causing him problems in his hometown. Now, with that being said, when he does arrive to boot camp, he comes to realize that the military is not going to be something easy. It's not going to be something you just jump right into and everything is going to be a-okay. That basically right now, with him going to the military and going through boot camp, he's going to have somebody else constantly yelling at him, kind of like how his stepfather did, kind of like how the bullies at his school did. Is him realizing that this is not going to be something so easy. But while you have Joseph Ledger kind of reliving this memory, well, that is the moment, a brief moment, we do see another memory. Now, when we see this brief memory, we do see a kid freaking out, and this kid is holding a gun, and that kid does shoot the gun. Now again, it's a brief moment, but it's just long enough to see that apparently something about that memory really does affect Joseph Ledger. On top of that, the crystal, who's right now the other persona inside the head of Joseph Ledger, also realized that there's something special, not special, but something important about that memory of that kid that Joseph Ledger is trying to lock away from the crystal, but also us as the readers as well. Now, that is the moment where we actually pick up with Dr. Norton again. Now, you do have Dr. Norton right now going back to the facility where they're basically holding Joseph Ledger at. Now, this is just Dr. Norton really just going there to kind of make sure that his patient is actually a-okay. Now, while you have Dr. Norton walking into the facility, we also get a glimpse of the nurse, the night nurse, also cheating again. This is a way to kind of remind us that basically she is a cheater, and her cheating ways is going to come out very soon in this storyline for a particular reason. But either way, though, you do have Dr. Norton walk into the facility. Now, when he does walk up to our security guard we saw earlier. And when he does that, you do have security guard kind of talk to him, but not really. But then you have Dr. Norton look at a computer screen. Now, with this computer screen, it does tell Dr. Norton that right now, Joseph Ledger is not inside his room. And the question is, though, where is Joseph Ledger? Well, we kind of find out that basically the general and also Dr. Steedman had took Joseph Ledger to go ahead and proceed with the idea of cutting off the hand of Joseph Ledger as a way to get their crystal back. And so you do have Dr. Norton kind of trying to stop the general and also Steedman from actually being able to accomplish this goal. But the problem is, though, the procedure had already started. And this is actually going to be very huge because we saw earlier when somebody touches the crystal does react in a way where it does kill off things in its surrounding. And so what's going to happen now when somebody takes a weapon to it? Well, it's the same thing all over again. Because as soon as that drill does touch the crystal, you then have a huge explosion. And with this huge explosion, you basically have a huge amount of death. A lot of people died in that room because thanks to the crystal just reacting to the drill. And so everything surrounding the crystal in a certain amount of inches or feet, whatever, was killed off just like that. Now, getting into the fourth chapter, we basically continue with the idea of following Joseph Ledger. And when we do, we're back inside his head once again, where we do see him kind of reliving different kinds of memories. Now, at first, it's him kind of accessing a long hallway, and each door in this hallway does basically access a different memory. But either way, we don't see most of those memories, but we actually do pick up with him right now back in the I forgot what they call the room where you have multiple beds in one particular room in the military, but he's in that one particular room. And right now, he's just laying there trying to think of a girl's last name, but then he hears a door knock. And when he goes to open the door, once again, we see that same kid from earlier, a small glimpse of that memory involving that kid. Right now, that kid is reappearing in this memory. It's continuing to play with the mind of Joseph Ledger. And he begins to freak out because he knows this kid. And something about this kid had basically set something off in Joseph Ledger's past. But then we actually pick up with the night nurse. Now, the reason why we actually pick up with the night nurse this time is because right now it's her basically being caught as a cheater. Because while she's on her way home or possibly on her way to work, she is confronted by a construction crew. But this is not your usual construction crew, because honestly, this is just a bunch of men who are working for a particular group, but they are going to blackmail her to have her help them complete some kind of mission. And they say, you're going to help us out. If you don't, we're going to show these photos to your husband and your kids to show that mommy and wifey here is a cheater. And of course, you do have her agree to basically help this group out. Now, we actually do access another memory of Joseph Ledger. Now, this is back into I want to say not his early days in the military, but later on where, of course, he's the leader of a squad of military men. And right now they're torturing some guy to gather information. Now, the original time that Joseph Ledger had lived this memory, he was down to kind of torturing this guy. But now this is Joseph Ledger kind of reliving this memory and realizing what happens in this memory, but also kind of realizing that it's the crystal trying to access a certain memory, that memory with the kid. Because if the crystal is actually able to access that memory, then the crystal will be able to actually break Joseph Ledger down. And so right now you have Joseph Ledger kind of reliving this memory as you have him and his crew torturing this man. But then there's a knock on the door. And when you have Joseph Ledger open the door up, he's confronted by the same kid again. But this time the kid has a gun. But then we actually pick up with Penny, and Penny is the night nurse. And right now we actually do see her going over to work. Now, when she does arrive to the office, she does go straight to the office of Dr. Norton. Now, when she walks in, Dr. Norton is trying to look for a particular file, something that he had misplaced. Now, this is not Penny trying to be that good co-worker or that good employee for Dr. Norton, because remember, she was just blackmailed to basically help out a different group of people who want something to do with Joseph Ledger. And so right now, even though she's in this room talking to Dr. Norton and actually helping him to find some kind of file that he had misplaced, it's also her gathering intel for this particular group that is blackmailing her. Now, on top of that right there, we do see Dr. Norton beginning to grab his heart. And that right there is going to be very important for the second half of this story. Now, we actually do pick back up with Joseph Ledger. Now, when we do, we actually do see that Joseph Ledger is continuing his mind trip. And what I mean by that is he's reliving another memory. Now, the one he's reliving right now is going to kind of help us get a better understanding on what in the world is going on with that kid that just keeps popping up left and right. Because as you have Joseph Ledger reliving this memory, we do pick up with him right now, still the leader of this military group going on a particular military mission. But while going through the jungle, they do see that a lady is being assaulted by a group of men. And so you do have Joseph Ledger and his crew step in to basically stop these men from assaulting this woman. And so you do have Joseph Ledger and his men basically work together to kind of save the lady from being assaulted by these group of men. The problem is, though, in the whole mix-up going on between all the different sides, you do have shots fired. And when it's shots fired, of course, the lady ends up dead. And the men who were assaulting her, they also end up dead. But here comes the big problem, though. After the woman was killed off, and after the men who had basically assaulted her had been killed off, well, we kind of find out she had a kid. And that kid was there, and the kid was basically watched what happened to his mother. And so now you have a kid just crying and realizing that his mom is now dead. But then we get back over to Penny. Now remember, Penny just got blackmailed, and Penny's helping out a particular group gather intel on Joseph Ledger. But either way, you do have Penny walk by a security guard to confirm that this security guard is also working for this particular group. Either way, you do have Penny walk into the office of Dr. Norton to kind of find out that basically he had a heart attack. And so now she's freaking out and calling for help. But getting back over to Joseph Ledger, this actually does lead into us finding out what is so important about this kid that apparently keeps popping up left and right throughout this video, where we kind of find out that after you had Joseph Ledger and his crew take out the group of men who were going to assault that woman, well, the kid did pick up a gun, and you had Joseph Ledger being able to grab his gun and shoot the kid by killing the kid off. Now, when he did that, of course, you had the rest of the military group kind of think like, okay, good job, boss. You saved my life from being killed from that kid. That's great. That's amazing. But for Joseph Ledger, that's not great. That's not good at all. And really, you do have some of the people in this group actually think that Joseph Ledger is just like them. And you have Joseph say, no, I'm not like you. Like, yes, I did kill that kid, but I'm not like you. As you guys are standing here right now enjoying the idea of me shooting a kid and basically killing that kid to save your life or save my life, y'all think it was a great thing. But you have to realize we just ended a kid's life. This kid did not have a chance to have a better future. His mom died, and then later on, he died. I am not like you at all. But the reason why this is so important because you do have Joseph Ledger assault the military guy who's part of his group, who's kind of celebrating the idea that Joseph Ledger had killed that kid. But that's all the Crystal needed, because now the Crystal realized, okay, now I fully understand you. Now I could possibly break you, because now I realize what is so special about that kid. What was so important about that kid popping up left and right throughout your memory. But to end the fourth chapter, we kind of find out that after Joseph Ledger had he did assault the guy in a way, but you do have Joseph Ledger go back home, his actual house where his mom and his stepdad was at. But when he gets home, there's a bunch of police cars and ambulance. And of course, you kind of find out that Joseph Ledger's mother had died. And that right there is very huge. Now, getting into the fifth chapter, we basically do pick up with Dr. Norton. Now, this is us finding out that Dr. Norton did survive his heart attack. And with him being able to survive his heart attack, you do have Dr. Norton basically say, I'm leaving this hospital because I have to go check up on my patient. This is your usual old man who's very stubborn and kind of like, listen, I got things to do. I don't have time to sit here in this hospital. Now, as he leaves, he does go check up on Joseph Ledger. But this is also Dr. Norton telling Joseph, listen, I may be an old man, but I'm an old man with old tricks up my sleeves. And so I'll be able to actually help you out. You just have to hang in there, Joseph. Just give me a few more minutes. It's him saying that I'm not going to let the general just turn you into some kind of test subject, turn into some kind of just project, that basically you are a human being and you have rights and you need to be treated like a human being. But either way, though, After that, you then have Dr. Norton go confront the general. Now, this is Dr. Norton telling the general, you're going to have to let me in. You're going to have to stop trying to BS me around, trying to put me somewhere where I can't basically help my patient out. And so with you trying to do this to me, I'm going to tell you right now, if you try to prevent me from actually helping my patient because you're worried about that crystal, I will go to the Senate. And let me tell you right now, if I do go to the Senate, it's going to be an actual problem for you. Because this is Dr. Norton telling us, but also reminding the general, you have not been actually talking to the Senate and telling them every single secret you have, like Hyperion or Nighthawk, because this is basically the book telling us that the general does know about Nighthawk and possibly knows about other heroes across the world right now in this universe. And so it's Dr. Norton saying, you're going to let me help my patient, or the Senate is going to know all your dark secrets. And when they do, oh, you're going to be in big time trouble. And so you then have the general actually take a step back and realize that he should go ahead and let Dr. Norton try to save the life of Joseph Ledger. Now, we actually do pick up with Penny, the night nurse. And right now you have Penny basically going to the office of Dr. Norton while he's away. Now, the reason why she's in his office right now is because she's looking for his journal. Now, of course, she's doing this because she's working for this organization that's right now blackmailing her. The problem is, though, when she goes into his office, the journal is gone. And with the journal being gone, it's kind of like, dang, now what can she do? Because now she has no way of kind of helping herself out of this situation she's in right now, because they ask her to go get the journal out of his desk in his office. But now the journal is missing. And so now she has to do something else if she wants to get out of this blackmailing system that basically she's part of right now. But then we actually pick up with a security guard. Now remember, this security guard is working for some other organization that has plans for Joseph Ledger. It's just that we have no idea what that plan could possibly be. But either way, right now, you do have the security guard getting a call, and they're basically telling him, hey, we're going to be there soon, so you better be ready. And he tells them, I'll be ready, but you better have my money. And of course, that means something's going to pop off very soon. But then we actually pick up with Dr. Norton. Now, when we actually do pick up with Dr. Norton, we actually do see him right now meeting up with Mandy. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because you have to remember, Mandy is the ex-girlfriend of Joseph Ledger, the girl he was dating before he left for the army, the one that he was hoping that basically she'll go with him to the military base, they get married and live a great life. Because remember, growing up, Joseph Ledger had nobody. His mom, his stepdad, his bullies at school, they were all abusing him. But when it came to her, it was kind of like this bright thing in his life, and he was actually hoping that maybe she'll go with them, they'll get married and continue the great thing they have. But of course, she said no, because to her, it was kind of selfish of him to basically ask her to give up her life to go with him somewhere that she does not want to go to. But either way, this is kind of Dr. Norton trying to get a better idea of Joseph Ledger, because this is the only person who may know something important about Joseph Ledger. And so you do have Mandy tell Dr. Norton, okay, I'll tell you everything I know, but I want to tell you one thing. I was not the one who killed this particular person or who did the murders, meaning that there's more than one. 2 people died. And she's saying that she did not kill anybody. And you kind of have to wonder, wait a second, where is this coming from? But it's a way for Dr. Norton and us to kind of get a better understanding of what Joseph Ledger is actually like. Now, back at the facility where Joseph Ledger is basically being held at, we actually do pick up right now with the security guard right now getting ready to help out this hidden organization pull off their master plan, which is to kidnap Joseph Ledger. Because while you have security guard let these two guys in who are going to proceed in kidnapping Joseph Ledger, you do have this other kind of military guard wondering what in the world is going on. But before he's able to kind of question them and figure out what's going on, he's shot in the head and now he's dead. And so it's kind of like, okay, things are popping off, and these two random guys are about to kidnap Joseph Ledger while every other key character is away at the moment. But then we actually pick back up with Mandy and also Dr. Norton. Now, this is Mandy trying to tell us that she's going to explain what she meant earlier when two people had died, and the death of these two people that were killed off that kind of changed who Joseph Ledger basically was. And honestly, it was three people, but the first person kicks off the idea of what this story is going to lead into, the other two deaths. And what I mean by that is, you have Mandy say that when Joseph Ledger came home one time from the military, he found out that his mother was killed off. Now, even though his mother was an abusive woman and did a lot of horrible things to him, he still cared for his mother. But to come home to find out that she has been killed off is kind of like, what happened here? Now, the first person you have Joseph Ledger think about is, of course, his stepfather, because his stepfather was just not abusive to him, but also abusive to his own mother. And so you have Joseph saying, okay, it had to be my stepfather. He's the one who had killed her. The problem is, though, his stepfather left his mom months ago before she died. And so it's kind of weird on why would he kill her off if he left her behind. And you had the stepfather say, I left her because she went back to her old ways, which was sex work. She was out there being a prostitute. And so with her out there doing all those things, it basically told the stepfather that he should step away because it was something that he did not agree on. It was something he did not like to see his lady actually doing. And so with that being said, he tells Joseph Ledger, your mom went back to her old ways. And that's why I left her. But I didn't kill her. And matter of fact, if you want to find out who killed her, look in her ledger because she kept names of every single person that she basically took care of in her line of work. And look at the very last name because that very person, that last person in her ledger is probably the one who had killed her. Now, Joseph Ledger still kills off his stepfather for all the pain he caused in the past, but also being a jerk right now in the current time about who killed off Joseph Ledger's mom. But yeah, he killed his stepfather. Now, Mandy was there, and Mandy tried to stop Joseph Ledger, but of course, she couldn't stop him because he was a man on a mission to figure out who killed his mother. But getting back over to the kidnapping of Joseph Ledger, we actually do pick up with those two men being able to get the body of Joseph Ledger, and they're about to leave with his body. Now, you do have security guard kind of like, hey, where's my payment? Because I helped you guys get inside this building to get that body. So I deserve to get paid. And so you do have these two guys give him his payment. A shot in the head. He's dead now. Just like that. But now the body of Joseph Ledger has been kidnapped. But getting back over to the story of Joseph Ledger trying to figure out who had basically killed his mother off, he did find her ledger. And when he went through the ledger, he was able to figure out who it was. It was her last client, and his last client's name is not actually important. Just know that Joseph Ledger found that guy and shot him in the head and killed him right there in the middle of the park while this man was with his family. So this man basically was cheating on his wife with a sex worker and everything. And so you had Joseph Ledger kill off this guy because, well, this guy killed his mom. Now, after that, you do have Mandy say that even though he went out of his way and killed two people in cold blood, the American government plus the military was able to sweep what he did under the rug, meaning that technically he is a clean man. He did nothing wrong. Everything he did, all the evidence has showed that he was the murderer, disappeared just like that. He was a clean and clear man. The problem was that Mandy said as soon as the military did that for him, they reprogrammed him like he was some kind of machine. They rewired him to make him do anything they want him to do and sent him out on missions that were dangerous. But of course, he was the perfect guy to complete those missions. Now, at the end of this chapter right here, not this chapter, but this section, you do have this child walk out. And when this child actually walk out, we kind of find out that this is a son of Joseph Ledger. That Mandy got pregnant by Joseph Ledger, but she never told him, you have a son. And that right there is very huge. But getting back over to Joseph Ledger, we do kind of find out that basically he has been kidnapped. Like he's been put on a van and they're driving away with him. And so whoever these guys are, they were able to grab him and get out of there before something could possibly stop them from completing their mission. Now, as we get into the final chapter, we actually pick up with those guys trying to get away with the body of Joseph Ledger. Now, of course, this does lead into a chase where you do have the military trying to chase them down. Now, at first, you have the military trying their best to stop these guys without actually harming the truck because they're scared of actually harming Joseph Ledger, even though he does have that crystal, which the crystal does react in a way where it's actually trying to protect Joseph Ledger. Either way, though, you do have them being chased down. Now, the military backs off, and when they do back off, you have these guys wonder, okay, did we actually win? Did we actually get away? And now we have the body of Joseph Ledger. But the military called in Hyperion. And so, of course, Hyperion was able to stop them so easily. And so Joseph Ledger was basically handed back over to the military. But then we actually pick up with the general and also Dr. Steedman. Now, this is a very important conversation. And the reason why, because it's now the general and also Dr. Steedman trying to figure out what in the world is going on here. Like, who was this other group that was trying to kidnap Joseph Ledger? On top of that, how in the world were they able to pull this off? Now, I do know that the night nurse was basically involved in this whole process of Joseph Ledger being kidnapped. But again, though, there had to be some other pieces. Now, you do have Dr. Steedman tell the general, okay, I do have some news for you. And this is going to be some kind of shocking information because Hyperion did save Joseph Ledger, but you did have the general wondering, did Hyperion see Joseph Ledger or the crystal? Now, luckily, Hyperion did not see the crystal nor Ledger, but this is the moment you do have Dr. Steedman tell us and also the general when Hyperion had caught that truck, the truck that was holding Joseph Ledger, Hyperion powers kind of disappeared. Not completely, but partially. Like he felt weaker. Like he couldn't hold the truck like he did earlier in the video for a brief second. But luckily, that brief second went away and he was able to regain his powers, to regain his strength to hold that truck. But this is also Dr. Steedman and the general possibly thinking that, yes, there is some kind of connection with the crystal, but also with Hyperion as well. But with the crystal being nearby Hyperion, it did something to his powers, but also his memories. But this leads into what we saw in our last video, which actually takes place after this video. But remember, what really helped Joseph Ledger to wake up was they put Joseph Ledger nearby the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Because remember, the crystal that is embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger was the power source to Hyperion's ship that brought him here to Earth. And so right now, it's really more of Steedman saying, what if we just put the spaceship near Joseph Ledger and see what happens? And of course, we know what's going to happen. Joseph Ledger is going to wake up as soon as they do that. But then we get back over to Joseph Ledger and back in his mind right now, talking to the crystal. Now, this is the crystal and Joseph Ledger coming together as one. And what I mean by that is really more of them making a deal, because this is the crystal trying to have Joseph Ledger realize in a way that he's basically alone. Now, for Joseph Ledger, he feels like he's not alone, because even though he lost Mandy, his mom, his stepfather, all those people, the military took him in. But you have the crystal say, no, the military realize that they can use you. They can control you and make you do anything they want you to do because how good you are as a killer. Even though after you kill those two guys, your stepfather and your mother's killer, they still realize they could control you because you love the military so much, because you looked at the military as a way of this great escape from your past. But in reality, it wasn't. It was just something else in your life that was just ruining your life. And so here I am trying to complete you, to make you better. But for me to do that, I have to ask you a question. Do you want to keep all the memories of all the bad things that happened to you in the past in that head of yours? Now, at first, you have Joseph say yes, but then he realized, no, he'll probably be better off if he does forget about those different things. And so this is the crystal and Joseph Ledger making a deal together to become one and become something powerful, something that could possibly rival against Hyperion. Now, to kind of wrap up this video, while you have Joseph Ledger and also the crystal making a deal, making a pact, whatever, in the real world, you do have Steedman, the general, and the military beginning the process of actually putting a spaceship that brought Hyperion here to Earth next to Joseph Ledger, hoping that something could happen that will basically unlock something great for him, possibly a great future, a great abilities, whatever, as long as he wakes out of that coma. But either way, though, while you have the military begin the process of doing that, in the head of Joseph Ledger, him and the crystal are making a deal. But at the same time, it's the crystal saying, this is what I want to show you. This is my mission. My mission is to wreck this earth, wreck this planet, to clear it out completely, to begin a new world. And I feel like you and I together, we can lead the world into the new world. But you have to accept me. You have to accept the mission. You have to accept the fact that I'm going to complete all the areas that you could not complete in yourself. I'm going to make you whole. But for that to happen, we have to work together. And so as soon as the military puts the spaceship right next to Joseph Ledger in the real world, and as soon as you have Joseph Ledger and the crystal make a deal, bam, he wakes up. And when he wakes up, as we saw in our last video, he flies away. And that Now, before we actually jump into the opening pages of Volume 2, I do want to mention one thing, Mark Milton. Mark Milton is Hyperion. But here's the catch though. When it comes to Mark Milton, America had basically lied to him, the American government, the military. Because just like Superman, he did crash on Earth, but instead being found by some random people and then being raised by those people, he was captured by the military. But the military has been lying to him, saying that he is from Earth, that he is human, that he is American. In reality, though, he's not. He's from outer space. Now, we have no idea where he's actually from yet, but we get the idea that he's not from Earth, just like Superman. Now, in the earlier chapters of Supreme Power, Mark Milton was the only person out there in the world who had powers. But now you have other characters popping up left and right, like Nighthawk and Blur. Now, with Nighthawk and Blur popping up, it shows Mark Milton, oh my gosh, there are other people out there who are just like me. This is great. I finally have people I can talk to. And so it's Mark Milton realizing that he's not alone out there, even though he felt like he was. Now, in the opening pages of Volume 2, we do see Mark Milton right now going out of his way to basically save people who are trapped in a burning building. Now, this is Mark Milton showing the public that he is a hero, that he kind of likes being a hero. that he likes the idea of helping people out, which honestly is not a bad thing. It's a great thing. But either way, though, it's the public realizing that they have a hero. It's Mark Milton, it's Hyperion, and he's here to protect America and possibly the world down the road. But for right now, it's just America because Mark Milton is technically American military property. Now, we actually do jump over to the General Casey. Now, we have been seeing General Casey in a lot of our videos when it comes to Supreme Power. He was all in Volume 1. He was also in Dr. Spectrum's miniseries. He's been around for a good period of time. But basically, he's the one in charge of military intelligence and the one kind of running Project Hyperion. But right now, you actually have the general being confronted by a guy known as Special Agent Bryce, who works for the NSA. Now, this is Bryce showing that he's very upset with what General Casey has done with Hyperion, because how powerful Hyperion is and how long they had Hyperion under their control, they should have been using Hyperion in different kind of military missions across the world to take care of a lot of different threats. Now, you do have the general basically explain to the NSA agent Bryce that when it comes to Hyperion, yes, he could be used for different kinds of military missions. And matter of fact, he was at first. But once the public got word of him, they had to make sure that he's out there in the eye of the public. Now, luckily for the military, they were able to gain another superpower being, and that would be Dr. Spectrum, Joseph Ledger. Because remember, in Volume 1 and also the miniseries we covered for Dr. Spectrum, basically the military found the crystal that was the power source of the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth. And that crystal was embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger. Matter of fact, go back and watch Volume 1 of Supreme Power and also the Dr. Spectrum miniseries as well. I'll put a link down below. Now, with all that being said, though, when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, Joseph Ledger, he's basically able to use the crystal's powers for his own personal needs and right now the military needs. And so with Hyperion now being seen by the public because the public found out about him, they're now using Dr. Spectrum to do different Black Ops missions across the world while Hyperion stays here in America and being the America, perfect child and everything. And so with that is General Casey saying, yes, I understand you're very upset on how we've been running the Hyperion project, but look, we had no choice because if Hyperion goes in any other country and does any kind of Black Ops missions and he's seen there, they're going to know that it came from America, and that could lead into future wars down the road that we're not trying to have. And so luckily we have Dr. Spectrum out there being the one doing the Black Ops missions while you have Hyperion here in America. Now, you do have Agent Bryce tell the general that right now the NSA is going to take over Project Hyperion, which means that now the general is no longer in charge of the project. Now, this is going to lead into one of those weird moments I talked about earlier when it comes to this title being a Marvel Max series, meaning that we're going to see some naked women. And so you're going to see a lot of pages skipped for that reason right there. Now, the character we're going to meet is Amphibian. Now, we actually met this character back in Volume 1 because remember, there was a psych patient who was locked away in this ward because basically he watched his wife kill herself. And before the wife had killed herself, she also tried to kill her unborn child. And the reason why, because her and the psych patient, when they were just driving on the road one day, the pregnant lady saw a spaceship fly over her. Of course, that was Hyperion. but then she went into labor. Now, when she gave birth to the child came out completely different. Of course, that was amphibian. And so what she did was she committed suicide, and the psych patient went so crazy after watching his wife commit suicide that he had basically abandoned the child. And the child just went into the ocean, and that child became amphibian. Now, amphibian, because she was left alone at birth, she never learned how to properly talk, how to properly communicate with somebody. And so a lot of times she has no idea what to do when somebody is nearby her. Like, for example, there is a random diver who's kind of struggling. She saves the diver only because she realized the diver is drowning. But when she takes the diver back to her boat, to her boyfriend, the boyfriend does attack her, but the attack could have been stopped if she just said, "Hey, I am amphibian and I saved this lady who belongs to you. She was drowning." But because she never learned how to speak, of course, she was attacked. And also because she was attacked, she has no idea how to basically work through her emotions. But either way, though, now we see amphibian. Now, we actually do pick up with Hyperion in China. Now, the reason why he does go to China because he was given a piece of paper, and on that piece of paper gave him a location to go to, and he went there. And of course, he does meet up with somebody from the Chinese government. Now, this is basically this official coming to Hyperion saying, "Hey man, listen, lately there have been a lot of different things, very unnatural things happening around the world. And a lot of those things do tie into politics." Now, this is this random Chinese government official telling Hyperion, "You are not the only one on the American military payroll," meaning that they have someone else who's also special, just like you, but they're using that one for different Black Ops missions. And so it's really more of the Chinese government official saying, honestly, do you realize that you're being controlled, that you're being handled, that you honestly don't have any kind of freedom at all, that really you're just a weapon for the American to use against people like us around the world? And also the other person who they basically have and they're using right now for different missions around the world. You're just a use of them, and that is it. Now, as soon as Hyperion hears that, of course, he does get very upset. And when he does get upset, he basically leaves to go back to America to figure out if what the Chinese government official had just told him is actually true. Now, when Hyperion does arrive back into America, he is confronted by Agent Bryce. Now, this is Agent Bryce basically showing Hyperion that he's very upset with what Hyperion did, which was go to China. Because, of course, Hyperion does not have a passport. On top of that, Hyperion is a military weapon that just went to another country. And with him going to another country without permission, you do have a lot of people in government offices kind of asking, "Hey, why was our secret weapon in another country for? Aren't you in control of him, Agent Bryce?" And so right now, it's Hyperion kind of making Agent Bryce look bad. But either way, though, you do have Hyperion say, "Well, here's the thing, though. If I want to go anywhere in the world, what could you possibly do to stop me?" And we have to realize that America never found a weakness for Hyperion at all yet. So actually, this man is unbeatable. Now, you do have Hyperion basically go to Somalia. Now, Somalia is a country that's right now holding on to some American hostages. Now, these hostages are basically just teenagers who went to that country but now being held as hostages for a political move between the two countries. But of course, America has not taken any kind of steps to actually help those kids out. And so you do have Hyperion say, "Well, fine, I'll go out of my way to basically save those kids." And so you do have Hyperion go out of his way to save those children. But right after he does that, he does see a light. Now, something about this light does call to Hyperion, and he's wondering, okay, what in the world is going on with that light? I should go and investigate it. And so you do have Hyperion fly towards the light, but when he does fly towards the light, that is the moment he is basically slammed right into the ground. He was hit hard by a huge amount of energy. And that is the moment you have Dr. Spectrum appear, aka Joseph Ledger. We're about to have Hyperion fight against Joseph Ledger and see who is actually going to win the battle. Now, getting into the second chapter, we actually do pick up with Hyperion fighting against Dr. Spectrum. Now, when it comes to this battle right here, it does bring up a lot of different things that basically we have to talk about. Like, for example, the reason why Dr. Spectrum is fighting against Hyperion 4. And you do have Dr. Spectrum tell us that the reason why he's here right now is because Hyperion is no longer following orders. He's no longer trying to listen to the military. He has become a person who believes that he has the freedom to do whatever he wants to do because what in the world could basically stop him? And so this is the American government hoping that Dr. Spectrum could be strong enough to actually stop Hyperion. Now, the second thing I do want to talk about is Hyperion actually experiencing pain. Because for Hyperion, he never experienced pain because remember, Hyperion is just like your Marvel Superman. And so he has a very high level of durability. And so with that high level of durability, that means he never actually felt pain before. But with Dr. Spectrum being able to use the crystal powers to basically hurt Hyperion, he's kind of like, wait a second, what's this? That hurt. Is this pain? Like, is this what pain feels like? And he begs Dr. Spectrum to do it again because it's a new experience for Hyperion. Now, after that, you did have Hyperion kind of wonder, okay, why is Dr. Spectrum here for? And so he does ask you do have Hyperion ask Dr. Spectrum a lot of different questions to figure out why in the world Dr. Spectrum is actually here for. But while you have the two characters battle continue on, you do have Hyperion basically being able to break through the force field of Dr. Spectrum to touch the crystal. Now remember, the crystal is or was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship. But we also saw in the miniseries for Dr. Spectrum that the crystal is also holding on to a mission. And it has to give Hyperion the memories or whatever to say, hey, this is your mission. This is why you were brought here to this planet. And so when Hyperion touches the crystal that is embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger, Dr. Spectrum, you do have Hyperion get a whole lot of different images of different things that he's supposed to do and where he came from. It's kind of like the crystal saying, okay, here is your origin, but also here is your mission. But you didn't have Joseph Ledger just fly away because he realized that he was basically losing the battle. Now, after the battle, you do have Hyperion kind of look around to see what happened when two characters that powerful battle against one another. Well, of course, they do cause a lot of damage to the actual area, where now the area is kind of like a dead zone. A bunch of animals have been killed off. It's very huge. And for Hyperion, he realized, oh my God, this is what happens when you have two powerful characters actually battle against one another. Now, you do have Hyperion basically go to a Catholic church. Now, the reason why he's going to this Catholic church is because it's really more of Hyperion needing someone to talk to. And so he does talk to the father of that church. Now, when he does meet up with the father of this church, it's really Hyperion telling the father how he truly feels right now. And what I mean by that is Hyperion telling Gus that he kind of realized a long time ago that the American government, the fake parents, anybody he had basically met who was not a superhero, so like Blur, Nighthawk, and now Dr. Spectrum, that he knows they have been lying to him, that they have been trying to use him. But he was so afraid to actually face the truth that basically he just kept going on. But as the lies just kept stacking up and the lies just kept coming out more and more, is Hyperion's mental state just breaking down. And so you do have the Catholic father ask Hyperion one particular question. What are you going to do with all the information that you have basically learned from the people who have been trying to withhold this information from you? What are you going to do? And you have Hyperion eyes just glow purple, meaning that he's full of rage and he flies away. And we do know where he's actually going to. He's going to meet up with the people who have been lying to him this entire time. Now, as we get into the third chapter, we actually do pick up with General Casey, Dr. Steedman, and also Agent Bryce. Now, they're having a meeting about, of course, Hyperion, because you do have Dr. Steedman tell General Casey and also Agent Bryce that Hyperion is on his way. And when he does come here, nothing in this facility can basically stop him. Now, remember, Dr. Steedman's been a character we have been seeing this entire run of Supreme Power, but also in the Dr. Spectrum miniseries. Now, when it comes to Dr. Steedman, he has been studying both Hyperion and Dr. Spectrum for a very good time. And so he knows that when it comes to Hyperion, Hyperion has been, well, holding back. And now he's no longer holding back. And so you have Dr. Steedman tell Agent Bryce, here's a chart. This chart shows how much damage Hyperion can basically do in a short period of time. In 16.6 days, this man can kill off 1 million people. And that's just in 16 days. Meaning that as that double, of course, the death total will also double as well. But on top of that, that death total will rise even faster because the damage that Hyperion will do across the world will also affect how people will survive. You're basically talking about the idea of a super powerful weapon who can basically wipe out the earth if he decides to actually do it. And so that is the moment you have the general come in and say, this is your fault, Agent Bryce, because you guys felt like we were doing the wrong things when it came to Hyperion, that you guys had to step in, take over, and do what you guys wanted to do, which is use him for different military operations to make him be a weapon more than an actual person. Like, yes, we were doing the same thing, but we had a better way to actually controlling him. But because you guys want to rush him and have him do all these different things across the world for you guys, look what you have done. Now the secrets are out, and now he's coming here, and now there is nothing we can basically do. But that is the moment you do have the general kind of mention that they do have something up their sleeve that could actually stop Hyperion, or possibly stop him. They don't know, but the reason why they had this idea made because even when he was a baby, his skin was very durable. His strength was already there. And they realized that the older he got, the stronger he got. And of course, he was just a baby. And so this is the general saying, listen, we had this planned out for a very long time because we knew this day was going to come sooner or later, and here it comes. So basically, we have to find a way to stop Hyperion, and we have one last trick up our sleeve. Now, you do have Hyperion arrive at the military base. Now, when he does arrive at this military base, it does show that basically right now, nobody can stop him. Nothing can stop him. You have the military just shooting at him, firing missiles, and this man is just walking through all these different kinds of attacks like they're basically nothing to him. And so, of course, you have these guys all like, okay, what can we do here? Because honestly, we were told to hold him off, but we actually can't hold off Hyperion. Like, look how powerful this man actually is. He's just walking through the entire attacks like or nothing, he rips the door open to the military base so that he can actually confront General Casey. Now, you do have the general be confronted by Hyperion. Now, as soon as the general is confronted by Hyperion, you do have Hyperion ask the general why. Why did you do all of this? Why did you lie to me? Why not actually work with me so that I could actually be something great for you guys? Because to Hyperion, he feels like if the army, his parents, or his fake parents, whoever, had not lied to him and actually raised him like a regular human boy, even though he has powers, he would still do great things for America. He would still help America out. But now, because he knows that everything was a lie and that basically they were just using him to be a weapon, he's kind of like, that right there hurts me even more, because it shows that you guys would do anything to have the perfect weapon. You would do anything to have that weapon under your control, to take care of your enemies for you and treat that weapon like a weapon. And the problem is, though, I'm not a weapon. I'm a human being. I'm a person. But that is the moment you have the general say, you're not human. You have no rights. You're not from Earth. You're not American. You have no rights at all. So why in the world should we treat you the same like we treat others on this planet? And that right there is very huge, because in DC Comics, when it comes to Superman, he basically talks about the idea of you treat somebody no matter what they are, even if they're from Earth or not. And for Superman, with him not being from Earth, he's definitely, out there trying to spread the words that, hey, you treat aliens the same way you treat people of Earth. But when it comes to this universe, this general, he's showing how people actually think in the real world. It's kind of like, you're an alien. Why in the world should I treat you any kind of way I treat another human being? No. But then you have the general basically tell us what is their secret weapon that they're hoping that could basically stop Hyperion. And what that weapon is basically a bomb. A very, very powerful bomb. So powerful, it is going to leave a crater, a huge crater in the area they're in right now. But they're hoping that this amount of explosives could basically take out Hyperion. Even though that means General Casey will die, for him, this is the only way to stop Hyperion. And so with that, he basically blows up the entire area. And the question we're left with now, did it work? Did he actually stop Hyperion? Except the book ends, or this story ends, with Hyperion showing his heat vision and showing us that he is alive and well. And so what America government thought was the most powerful weapon they had, a bomb, to use against Hyperion, didn't even stop him at all. And that right there is scary. But this is where we are going. Getting into today's video, it does pick up where our last video left off at. Now, with that being said, remember, at the end of our last video, Hyperion found out that basically he is an alien. Because remember, he does represent Superman in this comic book series. And so with that, his origin is very similar to Superman in some ways, but also different. Because when it came to Hyperion, once he crashed on Earth, of course, he was taken in by a couple, but that couple was stopped by the military. And then they took Hyperion and began the process of trying to turn him into a military weapon. Now, with all that being said, though, Hyperion found out in our last video that he is not human, that he's not American at all, that basically he is an alien. And so he's wondering why the general, somebody he looked up to, was lying to him this entire time. Now, you do have the general basically say, you're a weapon. You're not human. You're not one of us. And so, of course, it kind of hurt the feelings of Hyperion. Now, when Hyperion did confront the general at the end of our last video, we came to find out that the general knew that nothing on Earth could technically stop Hyperion. And so he created a more powerful bomb than a nuclear bomb, hoping that it would actually defeat Hyperion. When that bomb went off, well, we come to find out in this video right here, Hyperion survived. He basically survived, and he's right now hiding out in a cave just trying to recover after being hit with that bomb. But it's also him wondering what to do next with his life, because right now he just realized that his entire life was a complete lie, that he's not human, he's not American, he never had parents, the military never liked him. They basically just used him as a military weapon. But then we jump over to a random location. Now, this random location is going to begin the process of us learning about Power Princess. Now, remember, Power Princess is basically the character who represents Wonder Woman in this comic book series. Now, with that being said, though, we actually pick up with a father and a son who are right now walking down into some kind of tomb. Now, in this tomb, a princess has been buried here. And every few days, months, years, whatever, they have to leave food in this tomb to basically feed the princess. Now, the father, we actually seen him earlier in this series, way back when Hyperion first crashed on Earth. It was a way for JMS to say, here are the different characters you're going to see down the road. And the princess was one of them. She's been buried in this tomb for so many years. But when the father was a boy, he did hear her speak and wonder if there was an actual princess down there. Now, as time went on, he basically grew up and had his own son. And so right now they're going down into this tomb once again to basically feed the princess for the grandmother of the family, because originally she was the one who was doing it. But of course, she's too old to keep walking down those steps in the tomb and walk back up. Now, you do have the father go ahead and send his son back up to be with the grandmother to basically go ahead and leave because the boy was getting bored. But while you have the dad staying down there, he does hear the voice again like he did so many years ago. The problem was, though, this time he is confronted by the princess. Yes, Zarda herself. Now, unfortunately, I cannot show you her in this section because, again, there was a lot of nudity. She was naked when she came out of the tomb. But then she does attack the father. And when she does, we come to find out that basically when she attacks somebody, she's draining their life energy to make herself young again. Because when she came out of that tomb, she looked really old. And so she killed off the father to get some life back into her body. And so she does look mostly young. Now, after Zarda comes out of the tomb, she is confronted by the grandmother of the family. Now, you do have the grandmother basically tell Zarda that your name is Zarda, you are the champion of the women, and you need to go out there and help save man's world, because right now, man's world is just falling apart. It's an all-time low. Now, for Zarda, though, even though she now remembers her name, she looks at her hair and she realized that she has some gray hair, which means that the life energy that she had absorbed from the father earlier in this section right here did not give her enough life into her body. And so she's kind of like, oh, I look young, but I have gray hair, which means I'm not young enough and hot enough yet. So I'm going to go ahead and absorb more life energy. And so she goes ahead and kills off the grandma as well to show that Zarda does not care about people's lives at all. On top of that, she's not here to fix man's world. And on top of that, she's basically realizing that somebody out there needs her help. And that right there is very important, because what really brought her back to life was not the food or anything. It was the idea that she sensed that somebody's in serious pain and they need her help. And so she leaves to find that person. Now, we actually do pick up with Dr. Spectrum. Now, remember, Dr. Spectrum is basically the Green Lantern of the series. Now, with that being said, though, in our last video, he fought against Hyperion and lost that battle. Now, after losing that battle, we had no idea what had actually happened to Dr. Spectrum. The only thing we knew that he had just disappeared after losing to Hyperion. Well, he went to the bottom of the ocean, and then the crystal had basically put him inside some kind of cocoon. Now remember, the crystal was the power source to the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth. But the military want to learn more about the crystal, and so they ran tests on the crystal by using Joseph Ledger, which then led into the crystal being embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger. Now, with all that being said, the crystal took Joseph to the bottom of the ocean and put him inside a cocoon to help heal him up. Now, when he does wake up, he is confronted by Amphibian. Now, remember, Amphibian is basically the Aqua Woman of the series. Either way, though, her origin is that when she was, before she was born, her mom was excited to give birth to her very soon. But then her mom saw the spaceship of Hyperion. Now, when the spaceship flew over the mother of Amphibian, something happened. Something changed with Amphibian when the spaceship flew over her. And so with that, when the mom gave birth to Amphibian, well, of course, she came out looking different, like a creature. And that right there freaked the mom out. And so the mom killed herself. And then the dad freaked out because the baby seemed to be, a monster. And the baby left into the ocean. Now, of course, because she was born in the ocean technically, and she never had anybody to talk to at all, she's unable to actually communicate with Dr. Spectrum. But for him, he's kind of like, okay, here is this random blue lady, naked blue lady in front of me, and I have no idea how to communicate with her, but I can tell there's some kind of human side to her. And you can tell that she's kind of lonely and she needs a friend. But then he realized that he has been gone for so long that he has to go back to the military base. But he promised her that he'll be back. And when he does come back, he'll be able to give her an actual name. But then we actually jump back over to Zarda. Now remember, Zarda said earlier that somebody out there needs her help. Somebody is in pain and they're calling out for help. And that person was Hyperion. And so you have Zarda find Hyperion. She picks him up. They fly in the sky together and then she kisses him. Now, the reason why she does kiss him is because it's a way for her to actually heal him up, to make him better again. And so Hyperion is now fully recovered. But the question is, though, why was she called here to him? Why was she sensing him for? What is their connection? Because she just came back to the world of the living and she realized that he needed help. What is so special about him that she had to go and find him? Now, we actually do pick back up with Dr. Spectrum. Now, you do have Dr. Spectrum basically coming back to where you had the general try to use that really powerful bomb on Hyperion, and of course, it failed. Now, with that being said, you do have somebody asking Dr. Spectrum to basically use the crystal to figure out where in the world Hyperion is actually at. Now, the reason why they're asking him to do that with the crystal is because, remember, the crystal was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that had basically brought him here to Earth. And so really you have this guy telling Dr. Spectrum to use the crystal to hopefully locate Hyperion. Now at first you have Dr. Spectrum kind of playing around because he thinks that idea is really stupid, but then you have the crystal actually take over his mind. Now this is actually very important because we saw this back in the miniseries we covered for Dr. Spectrum, but also in the earlier books of Supreme Power, where basically sometimes the crystal is, how I say this. Basically, the crystal is another personality in the mind of Dr. Spectrum. And so you do have a character who does have multiple personalities, but one of those personalities really comes from the crystal. Now, you do have the crystal takes over Dr. Spectrum's body and actually takes them to a location where when they get to that location, you have Dr. Spectrum say they're not alone. They were never alone. Now, with that line right there, we have no idea what he means by that, but it's going to be somewhat important for later chapters down the road. Either way, when you have the crystal basically give the body back over to Dr. Spectrum to control, you do have Dr. Spectrum say, hey, I need some help out here, some high-tech military gear. But the guy on his radio say, dude, where'd you go? You went radio silence for 10 whole minutes, which means that when the crystal had taken over his body, it was 10 whole minutes where basically the crystal had complete control over Dr. Spectrum's body. But then we actually jump back over to Zarda and Hyperion. Now, this is Zarda basically telling the origin of her and Hyperion, telling us where they actually came from. Now, I'm going to say right now, this origin is partially wrong. Not partially, mostly wrong. Not mostly. Yeah, I'll say partially. It's partially wrong. And the reason why, because Zarda been asleep for so long that there is some key information that she has forgotten about, but also there's some information that she's getting confused about. Now, what she tells Hyperion is this right here. Thousands and thousands of years ago, you basically had this alien race that was traveling through space. Now, this alien race that was traveling through space was sending kids across the universe. Now, when they did that, though, they only sent 2 kids to each particular planet. So right now, you're probably wondering, okay, for Earth, those 2 kids were Hyperion and Zarda. But you have to remember, though, that this part of the story takes place thousands of years ago, and Hyperion only came about 20 years ago. So again, this is why I say Zarda's origins kind of a little bit confusing. Either way, though, what she says this right here. While this alien race was sending kids to different parts of the universe, they were also being attacked by another unknown alien race. Now, the 2 kids who were sent to Earth were actually both boys, brothers, and these brothers became the god of war and the god of night. Now, we're left to believe that basically this is Marvel saying that the Greek gods in this universe are really more aliens who came from space, who crashed on Earth. And the reason why they are gods is because the powers they had. Now, with that being said, though, another war had broke out between these guys from all the different planets across the universe. And the reason why, because you had gods going to these planets and beginning to breed with the regular people of those planets. So, for example, the god of war and god of night came to Earth and began to, of course, have, fun time with the regular people of Earth, which of course led to children being born. And that was a huge no-no. And so you had some guys who felt like that the offsprings of the other gods should be killed off because, again, they broke a big rule. Now, with this war breaking out, you had the god of war and the god of night basically say, okay, it's time for us to send our youngest kids away so that they would not be consumed by the war. And so the god of night, which is Zarda's father, he has sent his child, Zarda, in the ground. And the god of war, Hyperion's father, sent his child into space. Now again, though, with this origin story, there are some parts that are correct and other parts that are particularly wrong. But you didn't have Zarda say that they were originally sent here to Earth to conquer Earth. And so it's her saying that it's now up to her and Hyperion to basically conquer the Earth. But then we actually jump over to Kyle Richmond and also Stanley Stewart. Now remember, Stanley Stewart is Blur, and Blur is basically the Flash in this comic book series. And Kyle Richmond is Nighthawk, which is Batman. Now right now you have Kyle Richmond, who's the Batman of this universe, actually donating money to Blur's foundation, because you have to remember that when Blur basically came out to the public, and the reason why he did come out to the public with his powers, which was some agents were able to figure out who he was, that he was the guy running around South part of America with super speed. And so what they said was, if you basically help promote these companies across America, you'll basically get a lot of money. But on top of that, you can also be a hero. But at the same time, while you're being a hero, you are also promoting these companies who are promoting you. And so for the last couple, months, years, whatever, he has been a hero who has been promoting companies, but at the same time, still being a hero somewhat. Now, you have Nighthawk right now being Kyle Richmond and being a rich person, donating money to Blur's foundation to kind of help out with some different things. But then you have Nighthawk ask Blur to talk in private later on in the night. Now, this conversation is really more of Nighthawk telling Blur that he's actually very upset with Blur. And the reason why, because both of them being black men, it's Nighthawk feeling like Blur is not doing anything to help out the black community. Now, you do have Blur trying to explain things to Nighthawk that with them kind of being under multiple contracts from different companies that he is promoting, there are some things he can't just actually do so freely. Even though that means him being a hero, he can only be a hero at certain times. But for Nighthawk, he's kind of like, you're failing the black community, because with your powers and who you are, you should be out there helping the black community. Now, this is something I want you guys to remember. When it came to Nighthawk, his parents were killed by racist people. And so ever since then, when he became Nighthawk officially, at night, he would go out and help only black people, no one else. So if you are Caucasian, you were basically being helpless. You were not going to be helped at all. He will leave you there to, well, die or get hurt. And I want to say other races as well, but I could be wrong. Either way, though, this is Nighthawk saying that I'm going to give you a chance to basically help your black community out more and stop wasting your powers and your potential by doing these things for these different companies. And so you have Nighthawk leave, but as he does leave, he does hand Blur a piece of card. And of course, it has his logo on there, but it's Nighthawk saying, find me and we'll work together on something really important. But then we actually pick up with Nighthawk and Blur. Now, you do have Nighthawk and Blur actually going to a certain crime scene. Now, this crime scene is going to give us the first actual villain of the Squadron Supreme universe. But on top of that, though, it is going to wrap up Volume 2, but lead us into Volume 3. Now, with that being said, though, what's happening right now is that you have Nighthawk and Blur going to this crime scene where apparently somebody is going around killing off black women. Now, these black women who are dying are part of sex work. And so still, though, for Nighthawk, because there are black women who are dying, he wants to step in because his black community is being attacked once again. Now, with that being said, when he does take Blur to that crime scene, he shows Blur the pile of arms that he had found. Now, at first, it was told to the public that the person who's going around doing this to black sex workers and basically taking their arms, that he cuts off their arms. But we kind of find out their arms are not getting cut off. Their arms are actually getting ripped off, which means that somebody has to have enough power to basically rip an arm off a body. And so this is Nighthawk kind of telling Blur there is a possibility that Hyperion's doing this, or somebody out there who has the same power set as Hyperion. Either way, Blur and Nighthawk must work together to basically stop this from continuing on. Now, the final chapter of today's video is actually going to jump between 4 different settings. So, for example, one setting is basically focusing on Hyperion and Zarda, where right now you have Hyperion wondering what he's going to do next with his life. Because right now he just found out that 1, he's an alien. 2, Zarda is part of his alien race. And 3, he just found out in the earlier chapters that basically the military, the people he looked as family and friends, had basically lied to him his entire life. And so he's wondering what's next for him in life. And so he does tell Zarda that he's going to go back home to basically think about all these different things and wonder what is the next step in his life. But on top of that, he does say that when the time comes, he'll call out for Zarda and they can continue to possibly work together or to try to do something new for the Earth. We have no idea yet. But basically, he does leave and she goes her own path as well. Now, the second setting picks up with Nighthawk and Blur. Now, Nighthawk and Blur are trying to figure out what to do. Like, are they actually going to try to figure out who is going around killing off these black sex workers? Now, at first, for Blur, he's kind of like, leave it to the police. They're already doing their jobs. But you have Nighthawk say, when it comes to sex workers and black people as well, the police are not going to give a you-know-what. And so it's Nighthawk saying, Blur, it's time for us black superheroes to actually step in, but we might need some extra help. And the help is Hyperion. And so what Nighthawk did, he basically put an ad out there calling out to Hyperion to say, hey, we need to talk because I have something to actually show you. Now, the third setting is Dr. Spectrum and Dr. Steedman. Now, remember, Dr. Steedman is the lead scientist for all the different projects that was going on with the military and different characters who were getting powers. Now, Dr. Steedman is wondering what happened to Dr. Spectrum earlier, because after his battle with Hyperion in our last video, he disappeared. And we know where he went to. He went to the bottom of the ocean. Now, when he was in the bottom of the ocean, he was confronted by another character. Now, that character is Amphibian. But of course, he does not tell Dr. Steedman about her because he is afraid that maybe the military go down there and try to grab her as well. Now, on top of that, you also have Dr. Steedman wondering, okay, well, where did you go? You say we're at the bottom of the ocean, but why though? Like, was it the crystal? Was it you? Is the crystal basically taking over your body once again? And the reason why Dr. Steedman said that, because when the first time Dr. Spectrum popped back up with his power for the first time, his mind was not in control. His body was not in his control. It was the crystal had control over his mind and his body. And Dr. Steedman realized that basically when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, there's two minds in that one particular body. Now, the last setting is actually a random guy who lives out in the middle of the nowhere. And this is the way we're going to kind of get introduced to a new character. But this character does leave and he goes somewhere and we have no idea where he went to. Now, the second half of the last chapter continues the idea of jumping between 4 different settings, but the settings have now changed. Like, for example, the first one is Zarda. Now, you do see Zarda right now actually going to a nearby city because she wants to see how much the Earth has changed ever since she was asleep. Now, with that happening, of course, you're talking about the idea of a crazy woman who had just killed a father and a grandmother earlier just because she wants to make sure she looks young again, now going to a nearby city to just basically see like, oh, let's see how the Earth has changed ever since I was put to sleep. Now, with that being said, though, this is also her with the thought process that she was sent here to the Earth to basically conquer it. And so she thinks that no one has the right to control her. She has no idea that she needs to follow certain laws because to her, the laws are basically pointless because she was sent here to basically do her own thing. And so you have her just go to this random town and begin the process of just, stealing things, taking things that she thinks belongs to her, and nobody can actually stop her. Now, in Chicago, you do have Hyperion actually meet up with Nighthawk because remember, Nighthawk did put an ad out there calling out to Hyperion. Now, with this meeting happening, you do have Nighthawk basically tell Hyperion, hey man, listen. So basically what happened was there's someone out there with powers just like yours going out killing black sex workers and ripping off their arms. Now, at first, this is Nighthawk kind of wondering if it is Hyperion, even though we know it's not Hyperion, but Nighthawk doesn't know that. But now it's Hyperion wondering, did the military hide other projects from him? Because right now it seems like there could be somebody else out there with the same power set of Hyperion, which means that he could be an alien like Hyperion, or possibly have powers that are just as strong as Hyperion, but he is a regular human. Either way, though, is Hyperion telling Nighthawk, no, it's not me. It has to be somebody else. But I need to go and leave and confirm some different things to basically figure out what in the world is going on. Now, when Hyperion does leave, he does go to his apartment where basically he burns everything. And this is him saying that, okay, it's time for me to basically make my own path in life and not take any more orders or instructions or directions from anybody else at all. Now, you do have Nighthawk kind of mad at Hyperion because, of course, again, Hyperion is white and he does not like white people. Now, the third setting actually follows Dr. Steedman because in the first half, Dr. Spectrum realized that something is wrong with Helen. Helen is a doctor that works for Dr. Steedman at his facility. And so you had Steedman follow Helen to another facility. Now, this was a way for JMS, the writer of this book, to basically say that what Helen is actually doing is that she has been giving this other scientific group or this other military government group, whatever they called, a sample of the virus. Now, remember, back in the earlier chapters of Supreme Power, we learned that on the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth, there were small containers, and these small containers were basically holding viruses that came from the alien race Hyperion came from. Now, most of those containers were empty. Now, some were not. And so what Helen did was she joined this group and they began to test different humans with this virus. Now, at first, they did test it on military people, and every single one they gave the virus to, they died. Now, they said they couldn't test animals for some unknown reason, I forgot, but then they said they went out of their way and started testing on military prisoners to basically say, like, these are folks who are in the military, but they have committed some crazy crimes. And so we used them instead and began to see what would happen if we gave them the virus. Would they gain powers? And this is how we get into the idea of our first super villain, which also jumps into the fourth setting of this last chapter. Because remember, Nighthawk and Blur said that there's someone going out there killing black sex workers. And when they're out there doing that, they rip the arms off these black sex workers. And so what Dr. Helen is telling Dr. Steedman, and you do have Dr. Spectrum also appear to protect Dr. Steedman from this other group. But basically, what she tells him is that when they gave this sample out to the military prisoners, some of those prisoners got away. But one of them, he was a murderer, a big time murderer who actually did kill black sex workers before he was locked away. And so that means when he escaped, it would make sense that he would go back out into the world and do it all over again. But now he has powers now, it's more fun to him. And so the last setting, we do see another woman who had went to that house that's out in the middle of nowhere, and he had killed that woman and basically took her arm. And so it does lead us into the idea that basically we now have our first super villain. But now the heroes of Supreme Power must come together to basically stop this new super villain. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. So getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with Hyperion and Nighthawk. Now, with Hyperion and Nighthawk being characters who were basically made to represent Superman and Batman, you would think that these two characters would actually be best friends. but they're not. In reality, Nighthawk hates Hyperion. And the reason why, because when it comes to Nighthawk, he watched his parents be killed off by some racist white people. And so for Nighthawk, everybody who is white or who's part of the government system cannot be trusted. And with Hyperion being both white and also being part of the government system, this is Nighthawk kind of not really trusting Hyperion. But at the same time, he realized he has no choice but to actually work with Hyperion if they're going to actually be able to stop this supervillain that is going around the area and basically killing off sex workers. Now remember, that is how Nighthawk and Blur found out about this supervillain. There's somebody going around being able to kill off sex workers, but when he does kill them off, he basically rips off their arm. Not cut off, rips off. And that tells Nighthawk and Blur that whoever is doing this must have the same power set as Hyperion, because now you're talking about the idea of ripping somebody's arm off. Now, of course, you do have Nighthawk say that he is going to work with Hyperion to only be able to stop this guy, but at the same time still, it is Nighthawk saying, I do not trust you because you work for the government. Now, Nighthawk has no idea that Hyperion has stepped away from the government. And the reason why, because Hyperion found out that the government has been lying to him. Because remember, the government told Hyperion that he was from America. His parents basically gave birth to him. He had powers, and they're going to help him kind of control his powers. But he found out that he is an alien and that he crashed on Earth, and the government was only using him as a weapon. And so now he no longer works for the government. And so this is him kind of telling Nighthawk in his own way, like, hey man, listen, things change. I'm technically no longer with the American government. Now, we actually do pick up with two guys right now going to the apartment of Hyperion, or what was his apartment. Because in our last video, we actually saw Hyperion burn down the place, because this place was also given to him by the American government as a place to stay. Now, of course, he burned that down because he hates everything the American government actually stands for at the moment. Either way, though, you do have these two guys kind of looking around the apartment, kind of upset with what Hyperion did. And they feel like Hyperion actually owes them, because it was these two guys and other people who gave Hyperion everything he wanted in life, especially the government giving him fake parents, fake money, fake items, all these different things to kind of give him the easy life. But you then have one of the two guys tell the other guy, you're actually in the wrong here, because to Hyperion, we had lied to him, and now he knows the truth. He's now unstoppable, and technically he no longer needs us. Now, the other guy, the blonde guy, wonders why the bald guy said that Hyperion no longer needs them. And he's kind of like, we already know when it comes to Hyperion that he does not need to eat nor sleep. He's basically always energized, and on top of that, who is going to stop him from going to different places that he actually wants to go to? And it shows that now Hyperion is truly free to do whatever he actually wants. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with a lieutenant who's kind of like in charge of this case of this supervillain that is going around killing off sex workers in the area. Now, he is confronted by Hyperion, and this is Hyperion trying to get more information about this supervillain. Now, you do have the lieutenant actually tell Hyperion some very important things, like when it comes to killers, you usually have two kinds of killers, the ones who are organized and the ones who are not organized. But when it comes to this guy right here, he's both, because usually if you're organized killer, you basically take your time planning out your killing, days, weeks, months, years, whatever. But if you're not organized, it's all about the rage. You're full of rage when you're trying to kill somebody off. And so when it comes to this guy right here, he's both. There's times where he is organized, but then there are times when he's not organized. And there's also times when he's both, where it does seem like he planned out his next killing, but something happened where he then goes full rage mode. Now, you do have the lieutenant say that he was able to actually run the fingerprints, and it came back to a character known as Michael Redstone. Now, Michael Redstone is a character who apparently died 3 years ago. And that right there is actually very important because it ties into something we talked about in our last video, which I'm going to bring up later on in this video as we cover the origin of Michael Redstone. But they said that this guy was in the military and he died 3 years ago after going into prison. And so the question is, though, if the fingerprints come back to a guy who is dead, then how in the world is he around here right now killing people left and right? But then we actually pick up with Blur. Now remember, Blur represents the Flash in these comics. But on top of that, though, Blur has teamed up with Nighthawk and Hyperion as a 3-man force to basically stop this super villain. And so you do have Blur right now going around the areas to kind of gather more intel about the different sex workers who had disappeared, hoping that it'll be able to give them some kind of information on to find this guy and to hopefully stop him. Now, here comes this weird section though. Because Blur has never truly been with any kind of girls, when he's with these other sex workers, they make him very uncomfortable, and he's kind of like, listen, I know you guys want to take me somewhere and do some things with me, but listen, we cannot do that. But of course, as they talk, the more and more he does become uncomfortable. Either way, though, he was able to get some information that does tell him that you do have a lot of sex workers now kind of leaving the work life behind because they are afraid about being killed off by this mysterious guy who is going around capturing sex workers, killing them, and then ripping off their arms. But then we pick up with Dr. Steedman. Now remember, Dr. Steedman was actually the lead scientist in the Project Hyperion thing that was going on with the American government. When Hyperion first crashed, he was the scientist who was testing Hyperion powers over and over again. Now, Dr. Steedman also helped create Dr. Spectrum. And what I mean by that is when it came to Dr. Spectrum, he was this random army guy who was brought in to test the crystal, the same crystal that was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, of course, when Joseph Ledger had tested the crystal, it then had embedded in his hand and then made him Dr. Spectrum and gave him a bunch of different powers. Now, with that being said, though, in our last video, Dr. Steedman found out that there was this rogue group of scientists who worked for the military who took this virus that was found on Hyperion's spaceship and began to give this virus to different people to see if they would get powers. And of course, all those people were military people who went to prison. Now that right there is actually very important because Michael Redstone was one of those people. But of course, those people, some of them got out. They broke out of the prison and got away. And it seems like Michael Redstone was one of those characters that had broke out and got away. And now, thanks to the virus, he does have a set of powers that makes him rival to Hyperion. Now, with all that being said, Dr. Steedman found out that Nighthawk, Blur, and Hyperion are looking for Michael Redstone. And so what he is doing is he is going to send in Dr. Spectrum to basically, hopefully, capture Redstone before Hyperion, Nighthawk, and Blur do. But then we pick up with Nighthawk. Now you do have Nighthawk right now kind of interrogating this pimp because if sex workers are disappearing because of basically some supervillain who's going around killing off these sex workers, then their pimps are no longer making money, which means that the pimps may have some kind of information on what is happening to their sex workers and which area is being hit the most. And so you do have this random sex worker that Nighthawk is interrogating, and he does tell Nighthawk that basically when it comes to some sex workers, if they get get too old or they have some kind of diseases, they go to this one particular area where sex workers go to die. And not literally, but like their careers are gone. And so the problem is, though, a lot of sex workers who go there, they actually do end up missing. And so that tells Nighthawk, okay, if our mysterious killer is going around killing off women who are sex workers, he goes there because usually their careers are basically over in the line of sex. And that information was actually solid because we actually do pick up with a sex worker, and by her appearance, what the pimp said earlier is true, that if you go to work in this area, it really means that your career is possibly over in the line of sex work. Because right now, by her appearance, she does look kind of defeated. Now, you do have her get picked up by this random guy in a truck. Now, we already know this random guy is our super villain, the one known as Michael Redstone, who possibly has been going around killing off sex workers and then ripping off their arms. And so she does go inside his truck and he does drive them back to his house, the same house we saw in our last video. Either way, though, he was actually followed by Nighthawk. I almost called him a different name. Either way, he was followed by Nighthawk, and Nighthawk now knows where he lives. And so you do have Nighthawk try to call in Hyperion to basically stop this guy. And so, unfortunately for Nighthawk, he does get his butt kicked by Michael Redstone because Michael Redstone overheard Nighthawk call out for help to Hyperion. Because we have to remember that when it comes to Hyperion, he's basically represents Superman, which means that he possibly has super hearing. And so if Michael Redstone is some guy who may have the same powers as Hyperion, that means he possibly has super hearing as well. And so it does lead into a battle. You know what? Scratch that. This is not even a battle at all because honestly, it's a beatdown for Nighthawk because as soon as Michael overheard Nighthawk call for help, Michael popped out of his house and began to beat down on Nighthawk. And that is why I say it is not a battle. Because to me, a battle is when you have two characters being able to lay punches on each other. Unfortunately, right now, you have Nighthawk being unable to lay a punch on this guy. And so you have Michael actually get ready to kill off Nighthawk. Luckily for Nighthawk, that is the moment you do have Hyperion flying in. But before we actually jump into the battle between Hyperion and Michael Redstone, we actually do pick up with General Alexander. Now, this is going to be the new general for the rest of Supreme Power. And remember, the last general, General Casey, had died at the end of the very beginning or the middle part of Volume 2. Because remember, that was the moment where Hyperion found out that he was lied to his entire life. That basically he's not American nor a regular human being. That basically he's from space. And the American government was trying to use him as a weapon. And so when he tried to confront General Casey, Casey tried to blow him up. And of course, it did not work. It almost did, but not completely. And so now you have a new general stepping in. But this new general, Alexander, he's ticked off. And the reason why he is ticked off because he has seen what the government or the military had basically failed at, which is Project Hyperion, because they tried to do an approach where they tried to be nice with the alien and make the alien believe that he's part of the human race, that he's actually American. And when I say alien, I mean Hyperion. But it's the general saying, look at what you guys tried to do and where we at right now. That we have lost Hyperion. Now we have this other guy in Chicago known as Nighthawk. There's also Blur, but Blur does not work for us. He works for some kind of agency that basically makes some money as long as companies are trying to promote him. And on top of that, we had a rogue group of scientists try to use the alien virus for their own personal needs, and look what happened. Now we have a crazy guy out there causing more problems for us. Do y'all realize what you guys have done under the last general? A whole lot of you know what. And so basically, this is Alexander becoming the more strict general. Kind of like, I am not going to sit here and allow you guys to cause more problems for the American government, but also the military. And so we need to actually fix all of your mistakes, because the only thing we have right now in our possession is Dr. Spectrum, and that is it. Now, you do have Dr. Steedman inform the general that basically he does have Dr. Spectrum on the sideline, to get ready to actually grab Michael Redstone once Hyperion, Nighthawk, and Blur are able to actually defeat Redstone. And when they do defeat Redstone, then you'll have Dr. Spectrum come in and grab Redstone and get him out of there before the public wonders why in the world were there two characters fighting against one another. Talking about, of course, Hyperion and Redstone, because they're both really two powerful characters. Now, the rest of issue number 14, not the rest, but most of the pages in issue number 14 is really more of our heroes fighting against Michael Redstone. Now, at first, you do have Hyperion go in and try to fight against Michael Redstone. Here comes the big problem, though. Michael Redstone is basically a character who is on the same level as Hyperion. And that right there is actually scary, because now you're basically saying that there's somebody out there who is Hyperion, who is strong as Hyperion, fast as Hyperion. And so while you have Hyperion trying to fight against Michael Redstone, he is actually struggling because he never fought against somebody who is literally just like him. Now, Nighthawk honestly can't help out much here, because Nighthawk is really more just a regular guy in the way. And this shows what JMS is trying to say about Batman, really. Because remember, when it comes to Nighthawk, Nighthawk represents Batman, and Batman is just a guy with a bunch of tech to use to help bring down super villains. But the problem is, though, Batman is just a regular guy. And so is JMS saying, in reality, if this was a real thing, superheroes and super villains, someone like Batman and Nighthawk would basically be pointless in actually helping out to defeat someone like Michael Redstone. Now, Blur does help out a tad bit, but again, it all comes down to Hyperion. And so while this battle does last for a few pages across different cities in America, you do have our heroes actually being able to defeat Michael Redstone. Now, the way they actually do is because they cut off his airways, basically putting a lot of pudding or something in his mouth to basically help him stop breathing just long enough that he goes unconscious. And once he does pass out, they basically put a straw in there in this kind of pudding in his mouth to make an airway so that he'll be able to actually breathe once again. But for right now, he is knocked out. But it did take all three characters to basically work together to bring down this guy. And this shows that if Hyperion goes bad, it could be really hard for Blur and Nighthawk, because Hyperion does have more experience with his powers. Now, right after the battle, you do have Dr. Spectrum actually appear. Now, when he does appear, you do have Dr. Spectrum just go ahead and take Michael Redstone away with him. Now, of course, you do have Nighthawk very upset with the idea that basically somebody from the government is once again coming in and just taking away the person that he has stopped, but the person he feels like needs to go through the actual American justice system. Now, of course, for Hyperion and Blur, they realize that if Dr. Spectrum is coming in here and he works for the American government and they're trying to take away Michael Redstone, it's probably the best option. And the reason why, because they possibly have some kind of way to actually lock him up, to keep Michael Redstone locked away from the rest of the world. And so with that information being said, you do have Dr. Spectrum he does take away Michael Redstone. You do have Blur get upset with Nighthawk, because Nighthawk's kind of like saying Blur and Hyperion are basically useless heroes because they allow Dr. Spectrum to take away Michael Redstone. But we do see that the American government does have a way to actually contain Michael Redstone. And so right now, he is locked away for the time being. And so getting into the last chapter for today's video, we actually do pick up right now with the general meeting up with Michael in Michael's new prison cell. Now, this prison was actually made as a way to hold Hyperion just in case they ever needed to lock up Hyperion. And so with that, they made this prison as a way to hold Hyperion. And when it comes to this prison, it's basically pumping in a bunch of chemicals or a certain kind of chemical that is 5 times heavier than air. Now that right there is actually very important because it shows that when it came to the American government and military, they realized that they needed some kind of way to actually stop Hyperion. But the problem was, though, they couldn't find a way. Because even though Hyperion does represent Superman in these comics, unlike Superman, we have not seen that one kind of thing that could basically weaken Hyperion. And so what they did was they realized that when it comes to Hyperion, he has to breathe. If he cannot breathe, he'll basically die. And so what they did was they made this prison where it is 5 times harder to breathe in. And so with that happening right now to Michael, he is unable to actually focus on using his different powers to basically escape. And so right now, Michael is just stuck in there. And if he ever tries to escape, then the cell release more of this chemical that made it even harder for him to breathe, which could possibly kill him. And so this is right now the general wanting to have a conversation with Michael about his origin, but on top of that, a future mission down the road. But then we jump over to Hyperion and Nighthawk. Now, this conversation is actually very important. And the reason why, because you have Nighthawk explaining to Hyperion why he's so upset with Hyperion. And the reason why Nighthawk is upset with Hyperion is because basically it looks like that another white serial killer was able to walk away freely without actually facing the American justice system. Now, to Hyperion, he's kind of like, what do you mean? He got taken away by the American military because they're the best people to actually hold someone like that. But to Nighthawk, he knows how the system works when it comes to the government and the military. Yes, it may look like they're going to lock him away forever, but instead they're going to basically use him as some kind of weapon down the road to take out different enemies from different countries. And so it's Nighthawk wanting Hyperion to realize where he messed up at. Yes, you may think that the American government is actually going to go through the process of making sure that he stays locked away. But knowing them, they're going to basically use him as a weapon. And right there, it shows that another white serial killer is able to get a free walk after killing mostly black sex workers. Now, in the earlier chapters, it wasn't really mentioned that he killed black sex workers the most, but now we're being told by Nighthawk here that yes, he has killed mostly black sex workers. There were some whites, but mostly black. And that right there is a huge problem for Nighthawk. Because again, when it comes to Nighthawk, yes, he is a hero in Chicago, but he really only protects black people, not any other race. And so when he hears that a white serial killer is able to get away freely, that right there is not fair. Now, he also talks bad about Blur. And the reason why, because even though Blur is also black, what he says is that when it comes to Blur and Nighthawk, they're two different people. That basically, when it comes to Blur will do anything to help out the white man. But when it comes to Nighthawk, he'll help the white man out, but he'll be aware to watch his back around the white man and not try to please the white man so easily. But when it comes to Blur will do anything to please the white man. And so with all that being said, it's Blur hearing that, getting ticked off by Nighthawk and kind of like, you know what? This friendship, this partnership, it's over. And he leaves. Now, we actually do pick up with the general. Now, when we do, this is the general kind of giving us the origin of Michael. Now, it is broken up into multiple sections. And so this first section really does focus on how did Michael become a serial killer? And what we learn is that when it came to his first kill of a sex worker, he was basically just hoping to have some fun that night. But of course, while they were having their fun, he on accident had killed her. Now, when he does kill her, instead of freaking out, calling the cops, or trying to run away, he actually observed the body. And he was kind of like, oh my God, this is what I did. It's what I could do to somebody. And so with that passion he had, a very sick passion, he basically began to go around the area that he was in as a soldier on leave. He was pretending to be a soldier on leave. And so when he did that, the other sex workers in the area would feel more comfortable with him, feel more protected by him, because they realized that he was a soldier on leave. But in reality, he was not a soldier on leave. And so anytime a sex worker would fall for his disguise, he would basically grab that sex worker, took her to a place, and then killed her. And so that began his path in becoming a serial killer. Now, you do have Alexander actually stop talking to Michael and go have a conversation with Joseph Ledger, aka Dr. Spectrum. Now, this conversation is actually very important and things we're going to see in the next video. And what I mean by that is because you do have the general right now coming to Joseph Ledger and saying, listen, we have to talk. We have to talk about the idea that you are not the only one special out in the world. Yes, we do have Hyperion. Yes, we do have Blur and Nighthawk in you. But now this is the general finding out that there are now two other people out there who basically have powers and causing problems across the world. The first one is, of course, Amphibian. And remember, Amphibian is kind of like the Aquaman, Aquawoman of this comic book series. But she was a child that came out of her mom deformed, but fell in the ocean and just lived in the ocean forever. Now, we could say that basically, thanks to her mom looking at the spaceship of Hyperion when he first came to Earth, something changed in her pregnancy, which of course led to Amphibian coming out like a monster in her mom's and dad's eyes. But of course, you had the mom just kill herself, but also was trying to kill off Amphibian, but failed. And so you had Amphibian just live in the ocean forever. The other character is Zarda. And remember, Zarda does represent Wonder Woman. But after Zarda had left Hyperion at the end of our last video, she went to a different country, I think it was Italy, and she killed off a bunch of people to basically get things that she wanted, which was clothes, items, whatever. And so this is the general saying, I need you to figure out who these two ladies are and basically bring them in. And so you do have Joseph say, okay, cool, boss, I got it, and I'll bring these two girls in. Now, you do have the general actually continue to kind of explain the origin of Michael, or really his killing ways. Because what you have the general actually say that when it came to Michael, when he did once join the army, he was confronted by a lady who was his higher up. Now, of course, in the military, your higher up usually yells at you for different things. And so with that being said, he did not like how she had yelled at him. And so with that, he had her killed off. Now, of course, he wouldn't got caught, but the problem was, though, he did put some of her things and body parts in his locker, but bury a lot of body parts where she had actually yelled at him in the middle of the field, where, of course, somebody had found him. And so it shows that when it comes to women, he hates women especially, but he definitely hates women when they talk to him in some kind of way. And his thought process, he believes that women deserve to basically be killed off if they cross him or any man in some kind of way. But then we actually pick up with Hyperion and Blur. Now, you do have Blur still kind of upset with what Nighthawk said about the two guys, but you didn't have Blur also tell Hyperion that, he does understand what Nighthawk is talking about when it comes to the American justice system. That basically it's not fair, it's not perfect, it is crooked. But at the same time, though, it is how it is when it comes to the justice system. And so if you're a black person, you honestly just have to keep your head down and try to get away from the crookedness in the American government or justice systems. And so either way, this actually leads into that moment where we saw earlier where one guy said that when it comes to Hyperion, because he's no longer working for the American government and he's no longer being controlled by us, that basically when it comes to Hyperion, he's a free man to do anything he wants to do and nobody can truly stop him. And that shows right here at this diner, because while you have the two characters right now eating food, it does come time to pay. But instead of paying, you have Hyperion actually burn the receipt and kind of show Blurred that because nobody can clearly stop him, that he should not be able to follow rules that belong to the human race. And so when the waiter freaks out because he saw Hyperion burn up the receipt, he's kind of like, you know what, it's on the house. I am not going to stop you. And it shows what the guy said earlier. When it comes to Hyperion, he's now somebody that people are not going to try to stop because honestly, you can't stop him. Now, the rest of this section really does kind of wrap up today's video. It wraps up Michael's origin, but also show us what they're going to do with Michael for what seems to be the rest of the series. Because you do have the general basically tell us that after Michael had killed off his superior, his higher up, he was thrown into prison, which does make sense. Except, of course, this ties into what we saw at the end of our last video, where basically you had this rogue group of scientists came in, took the virus from the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth and began to use that virus on different people to see if they would gain abilities. And so when you had those scientists do that, they basically took prisoners from different prisons, and of course that meant Michael, and gave him that virus to see if he would gain abilities. Now, before he did, though, when he did arrive at the prison, he did see that some people who were infected by the virus, it worked well on them, because he does see one guy who was shrunk down in size. And of course, that guy right there could represent Ant-Man for Marvel or Captain Atom for DC. And when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, they all usually represent DC characters. Either way, though, you did have some people who got the virus and they died. Now, of course, we know when it came to Michael, when he got the virus, he survived, got the powers, escaped, but he was stopped by, of course, our heroes. Now, this is where you have the general say, listen, we could use somebody like you, somebody who is the perfect killing machine, who won't stop until everybody's dead in that town or in that country or whatever. And that is what we need. And so what they're going to do actually is that they're going to send him around the world as this military weapon to take out different enemies in different parts of the world. But of course, they know that he'll make sure that every single person of that crew they're trying to take out is actually dead. And so it makes him the perfect weapon to actually use. And so it shows that even though that basically our heroes were able to stop him, what Nighthawk said is true earlier, that the system is kind of made to help out white people, but not black people. And once again, another white serial killer, one who was going around killing off black sex workers, is now free again to cause havoc across the world, even though technically he works for the American military. But with getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with General Alexander. Now remember, when it comes to General Alexander, he is the newest general in this series. The last one, General Casey, was killed off when he tried to actually kill off Hyperion,
but of course he failed. Now Alexander stepped in, and really is Alexander trying to regain control of Hyperion, but also gain control of other super beings out there across the world. Now, when we actually pick up with Alexander, he's actually at home with his daughter and his granddaughter, and you do have his granddaughter asking him, why is he working on this watch or this clock? And the reason why, because he's trying to fix this clock. But what he says to her is that he wants to know all the different pieces of this clock so that when he puts it together and hopefully it does work, there are no more surprises because he knows all the ins and outs of this clock. And so if something else happens, then he'll be able to actually fix it. And so what he's trying to say to us as the readers, that when it comes to the Hyperion and the other beings out there in the world, he's trying to learn everything he can about each and every single one of them so that he knows how to control them or how to talk to them or to how to basically use them when he needs to use them for some kind of special mission. He wants to know everything he can about these heroes so that there are no more surprises when they actually pop up when it comes to these heroes. But then we actually pick up with Alexander in his office, but talking to a soldier who of course works under him. Now, this is Alexander wondering what should he do with Hyperion. And what I mean by that is because in our last video, we saw Hyperion, Nighthawk, and Blur work together to take down their first supervillain. The problem is though, right after our heroes were able to capture him and hand him over to the military turned Redstone into a weapon they can use against their own enemies across the world. And so right now, it's the general want to make sure that Hyperion and the other heroes don't find out that basically Redstone, even though he was captured, was re-released to be used as a powerful weapon in America's military. But on top of that, he's trying to figure out what should the narrative be when it comes to Hyperion? Because people heard that Hyperion fought someone with powers in the last video. And so now the public wants to know what exactly happened. And so at first, it is the general saying, we could make Hyperion a bigger hero than he already is, but we're trying to regain control of him. So let's go ahead and change the narrative of what happened in that mall. Let's change the story so that it actually tarnished his reputation with the public, and so then we could possibly regain control of Hyperion. Because once he realized that the public no longer likes him, he then comes over to us, we get control of him, and we have another powerful military weapon under our control. Now, what I mean when I say that the general is trying to control the narrative of what exactly happened in our last video, because right now he's trying to tell the public that there was no battle. There was no fight between Hyperion and some random supervillain. Now, the reason why you have the general actually doing this is for two different reasons. The first is that if word gets out that Hyperion fought against a guy known as Michael Redstone, who was the bad guy, then you're going to have people actually wondering, okay, where is Michael Redstone? And the general right now is using Redstone as a weapon against other countries who are basically enemies to America. And so he wants to keep that wrapped up. But on top of that, he's trying to change the narrative and take away things from Hyperion, his achievements. Because if this story actually did get out with all the videos and the witnesses, basically, it will make Hyperion look better in the eye of the public. He'll become a bigger hero. And that is something the general does not want to happen, because he's trying to hope that sooner or later he'll find a way to actually control Hyperion again and have Hyperion back under his control. And so this is just the first step in his what he thinks is a master plan to help him control Hyperion all over again. And so then you have the American military actually go after Blur. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because the reason why they're going after Blur is to have him change his story. Because they're saying, listen, we're trying to control the narrative. And we need you to go out to the public and change your story because you're going around telling people that you, Hyperion and Nighthawk, had worked together to take down some super villain. We need that story to change. Now, for Blur, he's kind of like, why would I do that? But then you have the military say, if you don't, we'll take you to court and give you a bunch of charges because you have to realize you're telling the public that you, Hyperion and Nighthawk, fought against a man and basically stopped him. But we could technically say that you had assaulted Michael Redstone in so many different ways where we could basically lock you up. And then if you do get locked up, you lose all your sponsors. Because remember, when it came to Blur, when he was found by the public, you had all these different companies wanting to sponsor him. As long as he ran around the area of America, being a hero and show off different brands' logos, he got a lot of money. And so now you have the military saying, if we lock you up, you lose all those sponsors. You lose all your money. And your mom is back to being poor again. So what are you going to do, Blur? Help us and help your mom, or ruin her life and you get locked up for basically assaulting someone? But getting back over to the lesson that the general is trying to teach his granddaughter, what he tells her is that when it comes to the idea of learning something, the ins and outs of things, you have to take your time. You just can't rush those things. And what he is saying is that that's the problem with a lot of people. They want to rush the process. They want to break into things to learn the ins and outs of things, but they don't want to take their time when it comes to learning about different things. And so it's him telling his granddaughter, if you want to learn about different things, you have to take your time, girl. Learn it. Take your time. Take every step slow. And then he has to walk away because he has a phone call to answer. But then we actually pick up with Mark Milton. Now, when we do, we actually do see Mark Milton right now, Hyperion, trying to get drunk. Because this is something he kind of thought about. Like, could he actually get drunk? And so right now, he's trying to get drunk, but of course, he cannot get drunk. He's kind of like Superman. It's something that cannot happen to them. And so he's like 15 drinks in, and the bartender is like, yo, listen, bro, you're like 15 shots in or 15 drinks in. We can tell after this right here, you can't get drunk. So I'll give you a few more drinks, but like sooner or later, we got to call it because one, you're wasting a lot of money for me. And two, like, it's just not working. But then we jump over to Jason Scott having a conversation with the general on the phone. And this is actually very important. And the reason why, because Jason Scott is a character that we have not seen in a little while. But basically, he was a reporter who had told the world about Mark Milton, about Hyperion. Now, the story he told the world was not the complete truth. And honestly, it wasn't his fault. He was told what the military wanted him to know so that he'll tell the public and that'll be it. But now this is Alexander saying, listen, I know the person who was the general before me, Casey, he told you what he wanted to tell you. But now I feel like you and the public should basically know everything about Mark Milton. And so this is really more of Scott finding out the actual origin of Hyperion. Because when he wrote the first story, yeah, he was told some things, but most of the things he was told was not true. But now he's getting the complete origin of Hyperion to share with the entire public. But then we pick up with Dr. Spectrum. Now remember, Dr. Spectrum is just the Green Lantern of this team. But on top of that though, his powers comes from a crystal that is embedded in his hand. Now remember, the crystal was actually the power source to the ship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, with all that information being said though, when it came to Dr. Spectrum, he found another character that is actually important to Supreme Power, which is Amphibian, which is just the Aquaman or Aquawoman of these comics. Now, we saw over time that these two characters actually began to fall in love with one another. And for Joseph Ledger, Dr. Spectrum, he found someone that he feels like he's actually able to communicate with, and that person understands what kind of person he is. And really, it's the same thing for Amphibian as well. She has somebody to communicate with who actually understands who she is as a person or a aqua person. Now, the reason why he's here right now, because the military found out about her. They found out that she lives in the ocean, and they are plotting to come after her sooner or later. Because remember, when she first popped up in our series, she was trying to save a swimmer who had fell in the ocean. But when she brought that swimmer back to her boyfriend, the boyfriend freaked out and tried to attack her, Amphibian, and Amphibian attacked him back. And I think we're left to believe that she actually killed the guy. Either way, the military knows about her. And so this is Joseph Ledger saying, I am coming to you to tell you I need to take you away and hide you before the military comes. Because it's Joseph kind of pronouncing his love for her. But then we pick up with Jason Scott. Now, when we do, this is actually Jason Scott meeting up with two people who were actually very close to Hyperion. And those two people were the parents that were assigned to Mark Milton. Let me explain. So back in Volume 1, when it came to Hyperion, when he crashed on Earth, he was found by some farmers like Superman was. The difference is that the military tracked him down, took him away from those people, and then began to run tests on him. And then they realized if they wanted him to be the perfect American soldier, he needs to have the American life. And so they picked two random people to basically help raise Hyperion as an American. And so those two people were kind of lying to Hyperion by saying, oh yeah, we're your parents. In reality, they weren't. Now, there was also a point where the military had actually faked their deaths so that they could remove Hyperion parents away from him, because they want to continue the process of kind of like putting him through the ringer to hopefully have more control over him. And so they faked their deaths to make it seem like Hyperion parents had died on him. In reality, they're just living somewhere else in the world. But it's Jason Scott coming to them and saying, is it true that basically you guys were assigned by the military to raise Hyperion, and on top of that, he's not from Earth? And on top of that as well, why were you so scared? And so it's these two people about to tell Jason Scott everything he needs to know about Hyperion in his origin. But then getting into the next chapter, we actually do pick up with Jason Scott. Now, when we actually do that, this is Jason Scott now kind of thinking through everything he was basically told about Mark Milton. Like, he's just waiting for 24 more hours, because in those 24 more hours, the true story of Mark Milton, his origin story, will be shared to the entire world. And so this is him hoping that after this story right here, he knows that he had actually made some kind of difference or made his mark in the world. And so this is him praying that he'll just live 24 more hours to see his story come out to the public. Now, the next section is really more of Mark Milton actually meeting up with Alexander at the strip club. Now, this is another good example of Marvel Max. And what I mean by that is, you're going to see some weird skips in this video, and honestly, please forgive me, but when it comes to Marvel Max, it was a more adult content era. And so with that, you had a lot of naked people. And because we're on YouTube, I cannot show the naked people. And so right now you have Mark and Alexander having this meeting at a strip club because Mark never experienced a strip club before. Yeah, I know, right? So either way, this is Alexander kind of coming to Mark like, hey, you have one last chance to basically rejoin the military. Like, come back and work for us. Now, for Mark, he's kind of like, that's a threat. Like, you honestly come to the one person that you cannot really stop and make a threat? Honestly, have you lost your mind? And matter of fact, you have Mark shoot himself in the eye to show how durable he actually is. He's kind of like, dude, I am basically a god to your kind. Now, he does say your kind to show that he knows that he's not human, but he does not put himself in the grouping system along with humans. Like, yes, he is from Earth in his mind, but he's not human. He's an alien who just live on Earth. He's basically separating himself from the human race. And so this is Mark kind of like, fine, you said no, I'm going to back away. But there's other ways to actually hurt you that are not physical. Now, with that being said, you didn't have Alexander tell a sniper, do not shoot Jason Scott. And what that means is that Alexander was hoping that Hyperion would basically say yes. If he does, the sniper would have shot Jason Scott and that story would never get out. But because you basically have Mark telling Alexander, no, I'm not going to rejoin the military, is Alexander telling the sniper, let Jason Scott live and let the story come out to ruin Mark's life. But then we jump over to Dr. Spectrum. Now, when we do, this is a reminder of what happened in the last chapter, that him and Amphibian had basically established some kind of relationship with one another because they kind of understand what each person has gone through. And honestly, it's kind of weird. But either way, it's seen here that he had built her some kind of tank to kind of help her live, but to also attach it to his home so that they can actually be together and form some kind of, an actual relationship, some kind of strange living status. And so it's him kind of looking at her as something or someone so intriguing that his heart is full of love. And for her, it's the same thing, which again is still kind of weird how these two characters have come together. But hey, moving on. But while you have these two characters kind of happy about their new living situation, they are confronted by Zarda. Now remember, Zarda is basically the Wonder Woman in this universe. But on top of that, her origin is somewhat very similar to Hyperion. And when I say similar, I mean that they are the same alien race, but the origin story she told about their race, some parts actually do line up, but some other parts do not line up. And we saw that in our previous video. But with that being said, this is her coming to Dr. Spectrum because the crystal he has in his possession. Because remember, the crystal that's embedded in his hand was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. But apparently Zarda has some kind of connection to this crystal. It was kind of like it was calling out to her. But when she arrives, the crystal personality takes over the body of Dr. Spectrum. Because remember, we had established that when it came to Dr. Spectrum, you have two different personalities in that body. You have Joseph Ledger, but you also have the crystal personality as well in one body, thanks to the crystal being embedded in his hand. And so when Zarda appears, the crystal personality comes out and tells Zarda, hey, listen, you may think you know your origin, but I can see your mind. Your mind is broken, which means that some parts you know are correct about your origin, but other parts are basically wrong about your origin. So let me help you out and tell you the true origin of your kind. Now, that's the moment we see Zarda actually touch the crystal.
While you have Zarda actually touching the crystal and actually learning more about her origin, that is the moment she is attacked by Amphibian. Now, the reason why Amphibian had actually attacked her is because to Amphibian, it actually looked like that she was attacking Dr. Spectrum. And remember, Amphibian really does like Dr. Spectrum. And so she comes out of the water to actually attack Zarda. But when you have Joseph Ledger regain control of his body, he stops the two ladies from fighting, and you have Zarda tell him, hey man, listen, I'm innocent. Like, your creature right there had actually attacked me. I was all good. For some strange reason, she began to attack me, and honestly, I only came here to get some answers, and that is it. And so you have Zarda leave, but then you have Dr. Spectrum kind of give Amphibian a lecture like, hey, she's right. Like, honestly, she just came here and that's it. She was not even attacking me. And here you go attacking people because you felt like they were hurting me. You have to kind of observe things first to kind of get a better understanding on what is actually happening, before you do something crazy like that. Now, for Amphibian, to her, it seems like it's Dr. Spectrum kind of calling her an animal, calling her a monster, because he does say it's different on how things work up here on the surface world. And for her, it's kind of like, why would you say that? Because I came from underwater and you look at me as a creature, but not as a woman. And so you do have her kind of swim away, but it shows that now these two characters are having their first relationship problem. But then we actually pick up with Zarda going to a random person's hotel, apartment, whatever. Now, this person is going to die, but this is a reminder that when it comes to Zarda, she basically has to drain people life force to keep herself looking beautiful and young. And the reason why I say beautiful and young is not really me saying that to be some kind of weird person, but it's more because to Zarda, she wants to look beautiful herself. And so anytime she gets scratched up, banged up, whatever, she goes around draining people life force to kind of heal herself up so that in her eyes, she continues to look beautiful. But it does seem like she's going to replace the person that she had just killed, meaning that she's going to pretend to be that person because they look somewhat alike. But to wrap up the second chapter of today's video, we actually do pick up with Jason Scott one more time. And when we do, we actually do see Jason Scott telling us, the readers, and telling his editor it's time for him to release the story, the true story of Mark Milton. And so that right there, that news, it does get back to Mark Milton, because we do see him what seems to be a sex worker, but we do see him with that sex worker. They're watching the news, and you have the news announce the actual true origin of Mark Milton, telling the world that he is an alien. And for Mark Milton, he's kind of like, okay, this is what they meant. There's other ways to hurt you that are not physical. Of course, that means emotional. You love being a hero? How you think the public will feel when they find out you're not even human, that basically you're just some kind of alien who crashed on Earth. Now, getting into the final chapter of today's storyline, we actually do pick up with Jason Scott once again. Now, when we actually do, we pick up with Jason Scott right now talking to his editor. Now, when he kind of shows that he's kind of upset, but also happy with what he was able to actually accomplish. Now, the reason why I say upset, because remember, he wrote the original story that told the public, hey, there's this guy out there who has powers, and we never seen him before. It was him who announced to the world about Hyperion. But now he feels like his first story, where he did win a lot of different awards, is now basically a fake story. It's not deserving the awards that he had actually received, because now this story comes out and he has the actual true story of Mark Milton, which of course now makes his first story look like a phony. And so right now he's kind of upset by that. But then he tells his editor he's actually worried what's going to happen next with Hyperion, because we just told the entire world his secret. And that right there could affect everything for us, but also for him especially. And so then you have the president, which honestly is George Bush. But either way, you have George Bush announcing to the world about what he felt like when he came to him hearing about the idea that Hyperion is basically an alien. Now, of course, President Bush knew about it, because with him being the president, he does have close ties with the military. He has to know about everything that is going on. And so he knew about it, but he's pretending like him and his team had no idea about this at all. And so right now is him telling America, we are going to investigate who had basically withheld this information from us, but also you guys, the public. Even though we know that with the president, he knew about this, he's just pretending he had no idea about it. Now, then he basically says that he has a few laws that he is going to make up right now. And with these laws, what he is going to do actually is say, listen, if you have powers, you must come out and reveal yourself to the public, to the American government. But on top of that, you're going to be somewhat forced to work for us, or somewhat basically identify, and you might have to do certain jobs that involve the American government, which again is just saying, hey, you are going to work for us. Either way, it's the president saying, if you are out there and you are some kind of super being, you have to come out now and tell the American government. And this is huge, because now it's kind of like, is there other characters we have not seen so far out there in the Supreme Power universe who are now having to come out and show the world their powers? But then we jump over to Hyperion. Now, when we do, we actually see how that story actually affected Hyperion. And what I mean by that is, when it came to Hyperion, at first, when he came out to the world like, hey, I am Hyperion, I have powers, I'm here to be a hero and basically help you guys out. At first, no one really cared. Like, they did care, but they looked at him as a hero, because in their mind, they were like, oh yeah, you're a human, but just with powers, and you're a hero. So technically, we're okay. But hear what happened next though. When that story came out, now you have the world looking at him as a creature, a monster, an alien, because now his origin came out. And with his origin coming out, now the people are basically scared of him. And so when he tries to be a hero and he actually helps people, instead of them saying, thank you for helping me, now it's kind of like, whoa, you're an alien, you're a monster, we can't trust you. No, let me run away from you. And it happens all over the country, where basically everybody is scared of him now. And this shows what Alexander meant earlier. Hey, we are going to attack you, but not physically, emotionally. We attacked your reputation with the world. Now the world basically hates you, and hopefully it will bring you back to us, the military. But then we see Mark Milton, Hyperion, actually meet up with Blur. Now remember, Blur is basically the Flash in this universe. Now, this is honestly JMS kind of reminding us what happened in the earlier parts of Supreme Power. And what I mean by that is, when it came to Supreme Power, remember, Hyperion for a long time thought he was the only person out there with powers. And then we found out about Blur. And when he found out about Blur, him and Blur became close friends. And matter of fact, as they talk to one another, it shows that for Blur and Hyperion, they are the only friends they have for each other. Nighthawk is a jerk. Zarda is somewhere around the world right now. Dr. Spectrum actually fought Hyperion earlier in this series, and Hyperion and Blur never met Amphibian. And so when it comes to these two characters, they're kind of like, hey man, listen, we both got powers, but you're the only person I can actually talk to. Now,
This is Mark Milton saying, they hurt me. Like, not physically, emotionally. They told the world my true origin, and now everybody hates me. And so this is Mark saying, I know what I'm going to do, but Blur, I want you to basically do this one thing for me. Give this letter to them personally, because I want them to read this letter, because when they do, they're going to see what I'm going to do next. And this right here, guys, is going to lead us into all the different miniseries that we are going to cover down the road. But this is Hyperion telling Blur, go, give this to them, because I'm going to show the world what is going to happen next. But to wrap up this storyline, Supreme Power, we actually have the last section go between two different settings. Now, these two different settings are very important because while you have Blur actually delivering the letter over to Alexander, the general, you have Hyperion going into space. Now, when he does, this is Hyperion in the letter telling Alexander how he truly feels. And he says this right here. Listen, you guys have ruined what I built here on this world. Like, when I crashed here, I had no idea who I was, where I came from. But at first, I believed I was American. I believed I was human. But then I found out that was all lies. The parents I had were also fake. Everything you guys gave me throughout my entire life was basically faked. But still, I wanted to be a hero. But then you told the world my true origin. And now the world basically hates me. And so with the world hating me right now, my country especially, I'm now going to tell you this right here. I love my country as much as it loves me. Meaning that he still has some kind of love for his country, but it's low. It's the same thing, though, how the country loves him. Because right now, the people of America, they're scared of him. Because again, they learned about his true origin. But this is him saying, I'm going to be around. I'm going to be a hero for this world. But I'm telling you right now, you thought I was going to come to you and basically rejoin your military program and be a weapon for you. But I'm not going to be a weapon for you. Instead, I'm going to be free out here doing my own thing. Now, while this letter is being read by Alexander, you have Hyperion crashing down into the earth so hard that it basically destroys all kinds of scales across the world. But with that happening is him saying, listen very carefully. This is my warning. You are going to fix everything you did wrong to me starting right now. Because if you don't, I will do this again. But after my second warning, I'm telling you, I'm going to end everything you're trying to do with me. It's basically Hyperion saying, we can go to war, but I'm pretty sure you can't stop me. But at the same time, I'm still going to be here protecting these people. And this is how Supreme Power actually ends. And we jump into the miniseries like Supreme Power Hyperion, Supreme Power Nighthawk. Like, there are 3 or 4 more miniseries we have to cover before we actually jump into the sequel to Supreme Power. But with that being said, guys, I do hope you enjoyed today's comic book video. And if you did, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later.